Greatly appreciate that. I also want to report I had a great meeting this month with members of the Mass Association of Chamber of Commerce Executives. These are the individuals, the professionals who lead the many chambers of commerce across Massachusetts. They were interested in learning more about the Commission's work, some of our latest initiatives. And interestingly enough, we're really curious about our open data platform. I also want to report I had a great meeting, and we've obviously directed them to the open data that's available right now, as well as kind of give them a preview of what open data kind of 2.0 will look like as that rolls out. So a great group to meet with. Again, focused on making sure that we create a robust and compliant industry in Massachusetts. And it was great to hear the anecdotes of how this industry is impacting various regions around the state. So it was a great meeting. With that, and also, Mr. Chairman, to pick up on your comments of and appreciate your focus on the risks of these predatory lending opportunities that jeopardize an entrepreneur's chance of really realizing success in this industry as it grows. So thank you for keeping those points in front of us. That's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Okay, we could get the agenda slide put up, please. Thank you. So let me just go through it briefly. We have one set of minutes for approval from, I believe, our last meeting in November 18th of 2021. My thanks, as always, to Christopher Smith and to Commissioner Stebbins, our Commission Secretary, for keeping us up to date on that. We're looking forward, as always, to a robust Executive Director's report. So, Sean, I'm grateful for all the hard work you do preparing for this, and obviously all the hard work that your report represents. I've gone through the numbers for changes of ownership renewals, final licenses, and provisional licenses. I do want to mention that starting today going forward, this part of the conversation will be led by one of our licensing analysts, Derek Chamberlain. So I'm looking forward to that. I wanted to also thank Suko Tufo, who's done it for the past several months, and again, is not retiring from the commission, but retiring from her role there. And I wanted to just express my gratitude for the hard work that Suko has put in to play that role in the past. Thank you, Suko. I want to just briefly talk about the other agenda items that are under the commission discussion and vote heading. We have, in the context of our legislative and executive outreach policy, two policy statements that we are going to discuss and vote on. One as it relates to OUI, second as it relates to social consumption. We have, thanks to the hard work of staff and the support of MDAR, we have final guidance on hemp that we'll discuss and vote on. So thanks to everybody that was involved in that. You'll recall that we authorized the executive director several months ago to authorize waivers to our regulations as they relate to the initial consultation for medical patients, being allowed to do that through telehealth, as well as the allowance for curbside operations in medical marijuana. The authorization that we gave to the executive director expires in January. So it is appropriate to bring it up again and decide whether we wish to extend that authorization. So that is an agenda item. I will bring up the topic of regulations once again, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness of all the commissioners on how and when we attack this important topic. So that will be an agenda item. If you recall, we left open the topic of the executive director's goals for 2022 at our last meeting, and wanted to spend some more time thinking about not just the goals, but specifically metrics and measurements against those goals. My thanks to Commissioner Stebbins for his work on that, and we're prepared to discuss and vote on that. We do have, as is required by our legislation, to elect a secretary and a treasurer for the commission to another one-year term. So we'll get into that. And then the final agenda item is we have some responsible vendor training approvals, 3 renewals and 3 new applications, and that will be our last agenda item. So as you can see, a pretty full agenda. I'm looking forward to the conversation we'll have around all these important topics. I suspect this is going to be a relatively long meeting, given the number of licenses and the number of discussion topics. We'll take a break in the morning, probably when we're partway through the licensing discussion, just given that I always need a break after I've been leading that part of the conversation. We'll take a lunch break at an appropriate time, and depending how long we go, we'll probably take an afternoon break as well. I will, of course, at any time, upon the request of any commissioner, we can take a break. If you need to, just raise your hand and let me know if you'd like us to take a break at any other time. Two requests of my fellow commissioners. One is, everybody does this pretty well, but please formally ask for the floor when you wish to speak, and that's really not just for me to try to keep the conversation orderly, but it's also for our new producers to ensure that they have time to put the person that wishes to, the commissioner that wishes to speak, to put them live so that the viewing audience can see them. So please formally ask for the floor when you wish to speak. I'd really appreciate that. And my continuing ongoing request to my fellow commissioners, particularly when we're doing our voting on licenses, please do not go on mute during that period, so that I don't have to ask you to go off of mute on a regular basis. So my thanks in advance for that. That being said, I think we're ready to go. And the first item on the agenda is minutes for approval. Again, my thanks to Commissioner Stebbins for his leadership on minutes. The minutes that we are considering for approval, as I mentioned before, are from our November 2021 meeting. Can I ask my fellow commissioners, have you had a chance to review these minutes? Do you have any questions or comments or suggested edits? Then, as Commission Secretary, Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the minutes from our public meeting on November 18th, 2021?
I'm happy to do that. And also, I want to thank Sabiel as well for his help in putting the minutes together. But I would move the approval of the November 2021 meeting minutes.
Thank you very much. Could I have a second, please?
So moved.
Oh. I'm sorry. Who was that?
Sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo. Go ahead.
Okay, Commissioner Camargo. Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Stebbins and seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Excuse me. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the Commission approved the minutes from November 18th, 2021 by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you very much. And again, thanks, Commissioner Stebbins, for your thankless role as Secretary of the Commission. Mr. Executive Director, are you ready to go?
I am.
Well, thank you very much, and happy New Year to you as well. And looking forward to your report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Commissioners. Happy New Year to you, and welcome back. I will start, as I always do, with some data from our Mass Cannabis Industry Portal, which does reflect a bit of the workload, especially for our licensing team, as they continue to process applications, as well as the folks in our equity and social equity program process that has now closed as far as applications and consideration is concerned, and I'll be updating you on that information as well. So first, you see here that we have 10 applications that are awaiting their initial review. Those are applications that have been submitted to us and we've not yet laid eyes upon, which is a manageable number that is well within reason and margin from the past calendar year, and certainly well below our peak high at the beginning of our application process many years ago. Well, it feels like many years ago, but it's approximately now 4 years ago. There are 41 applications before you today for your consideration, 20 applications that are awaiting a supplemental review. Those are applications that we have already reviewed at least one time. We've reopened those applications for any additional information that might be necessary or information that needs to be supplemented or added to the application, and they've now returned to the queue for another review from our staff. As of right now, we have 99,108 certified active patients. As I noted earlier this morning, there's 446 individuals that have been accepted into cohort 3 of the social equity program, which I'm pleased to say is a new high watermark for the commission, and something we're certainly proud and excited to invite those folks and welcome them into the social equity program and begin the programming aspect of that course. So that's all good news as far as the cohort 3. Those folks, and I'll touch on this later, that were not accepted into this third cohort will not be rejected, but instead will be placed into the next cohort for their review there as well if there's information that needs to be updated or included. So again, I'll touch on that later in my presentation.
Thank you.
This next slide is a real high-level view of our industry portal. You'll see here that there's a total of 9,667 applications that are some way, shape, or form pending or in that portal. Not to be alarmed, the 85% of those applications are either withdrawn or incomplete. And a number of months ago, I noted to you that we're going to begin the process of reviewing those applications as not from a substantive standpoint, but instead looking at their dormancy. And if they've been sitting idle for a number of months, we will administratively close them, not without informing the applicant first that this is a process that's underway. So if you'd like to continue or fully submit that application, you certainly can. We want to provide them ample notice, but cleaning out this this portal is something I think we should look at, and again, something I presented on a number of months ago. Similarly, 979 applications have been approved by the commission. So all in, that represents about 95% of the total application volume has either been withdrawn, incomplete, or approved. So really our workload is about 2% of that total number, which is the 271 pending.
Thank you. Any questions? And please keep going. Thank you.
This next slide is a breakdown based on those licenses that have in fact been approved. And you see the traditional supply chain, which is cultivation, product manufacturing, and retail, represent the vast majority. But we're seeing some numbers tick up as far as other aspects of a non-traditional supply chain. So certainly craft cooperatives, micro businesses, et cetera. Delivery is a number that continues to grow as well. We're pleased to see that progress. And again, 16 independent testing labs is an encouraging sign, and something that also reflecting on the last 4 years, something that we're excited and excited to see that momentum moving forward. I believe there's about 8 that are actually commenced their operations as of right now. So continuing to build that bandwidth is an important aspect of the supply chain's ability to get product to patients and consumers.
Mr. Executive Director, an ongoing concern for all of us has been research, and we're still with 0 approved licenses in research. Could you comment on where we're at and what the prospects look like?
Sure. To my knowledge, those folks that were pending during the regulatory evolution that occurred last year, I suppose, we've reopened those applications. We've reviewed them based on the new regulations and issued an RFI to those that were pending. I don't know that anyone has returned to the application queue, but certainly they would get a review once they did. And I'm not aware of any new applications that have come in. As you may recall, the research facility license is really a 2-part process. First is being licensed as a facility, and then the research plan itself must be evaluated. Well, a research permit would need to be issued by the commission as well. So certainly would encourage anyone that is inclined to conduct research to explore that license opportunity. Folks that are looking to do R&D on products may be able to do that with their existing license type as well. So if you're looking to roll out a new product, for instance, you could certainly manage it within the confines of your existing license type. So product manufacturing is a good example. Cultivation is another good example. If you're looking to grow in different mediums or looking to manufacture a different type of product, again, the production itself must be within the dosing limits, for instance, but there's also the ability for a licensee to waste product if they want to conduct that R&D and it doesn't meet their satisfaction. Of course, there's a concern about trade secrets as well, and submitting information to us about the research you intend to do is a public good, and we want to make sure that the public is able to benefit from the research that is conducted. So that's anecdotally some apprehension I've heard from prospective licensees, but to my knowledge, there's nothing pending before us today.
Thank you. Other questions? Please keep going. Thank you.
So this next slide is a number of licenses that have been approved based on their stage. You see that 350 entities have commenced their operations. There's 42 pending final licenses and then 487 provisional licenses. 101 entities have been provisionally approved. That is, that you, the commission, has voted on them. The only distinction there is that they haven't yet paid their license fee. So really, it'd be the, I guess, 588 are provisionally approved, and the 487 have actually paid their license fee. And then there's 144 entities that have either been pre-certified or had their micro business endorsed for delivery. So that's the grand total of 1,124. Breakdown is that about 43% would represent provisionally licensed, and 31% would be commencing in their operations to date.
Thank you.
As I noted earlier in the presentation, there's 10 applications that are awaiting initial review. And again, that's a really manageable number for our staff. I anticipate they'd be able to get to those applications within a matter of business days at most. 173 applications have been reopened requesting additional information. Things that are typically missing or need to be updated, certainly diversity plans, positive impact plans, looking to see updates or modifications there, consistent with the commission's regulations, information relative to a lease or property interest and things like that, disclosure of controlling or owning individuals that may own the business. And so it really is nuanced and specific to each application. 52 entities are awaiting a third-party response. In our context, third parties are the municipality within which the entity intends to be located, or the third-party background check, which is Creative Services. 41 are before you today, and then including delivery pre-certifications, the commission has considered 1,123 applications in its history.
We've been busy.
Indeed. This next slide here is relative to the status of each applicant and whether they've been prioritized, expedited, or are considered a general applicant. You see here that 574 entities out of that 1,399 have been general applicants, which is they don't enjoy a priority or expedited review status. 255 entities have utilized the existing medical marijuana treatment center status as priority applicants. 106 entities are economic empowerment applicants, and 464 applicants have been expedited based on the table to my right, your right, which is by license type. As a reminder, that's micro businesses, craft cooperatives, independent testing labs, and outdoor cultivators. 194 are social equity program participants. 139 are disadvantaged business enterprises. That's women, minority, and veteran-owned businesses as certified or begun the certification process through the Supplier Diversity Office. And 67 entities have actually qualified based on 2 or more categories of the expedited process. This next slide, I guess, is the data junior slide. It's not quite as dense as the slide that's coming up, but it's an important slide for us to continue monitoring as we do evaluate our progress with getting as equitable an industry as possible. And you'll see here that, as I mentioned previously, we want folks to progress downward through this slide. That is to get from their pre-certified or provisional approval all the way through to commence operations. You'll see at the bottom here is 73 entities with economic empowerment status total, but 11 of those entities have actually commenced their operations and 35 are in the pre-certification stage. Again, 187 entities are participants in the social equity program. 13 have commenced their operations, but 112 are in the pre-certification phase. 33 entities have commenced their operations that are women, minority, or veteran-owned businesses out of 170 total. We have a total of 430 applications that fall within one or potentially multiple of those categories, which represents 30.7% of total applications.
Thank you. Any questions on this? Please keep going then. My favorite slide.
So this is the slide I was referencing. This is the if that was the junior slide, this is certainly one that, again, is dense. And what I've tried to do is highlight certain cells within this that I think are important for your consideration, or certainly information that I continue to look at as we progress month to month. That is that 6 entities have commenced their operations as a marijuana courier. 82 have been pre-certified for marijuana courier licenses. We do have 8 independent testing labs that are in the queue in some way, shape, or form. That have commenced their operations, which is a good sign. We have 71 marijuana cultivators and 24 with a final license. So what that tells me is that supply, as a final license, you can begin to introduce plants into your facility, so that supply is on the way. We have 6 provisionally licensed marijuana delivery operator licenses, and I think the important part there is that is the license type that would begin the clock on the 3-year exclusivity period. So once those folks advance, any of those folks advance to a final license and actually do commence their operations, that would commence that 3-year window. 60 entities have secured pre-certification for marijuana delivery operator as well. 5 commenced operations marijuana micro businesses. You see here, not highlighted, but 60 marijuana product manufacturers and 11 final licenses. There's 124 provisionally licensed marijuana product manufacturers as well. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, there are 0 commenced operations or anywhere in the licensing queue, the research facilities, but we do have 6 pending applications. 194 retailers have commenced their operations. There's 159 provisionally licensed facilities, though. And so that is certainly a busy license type for our investigators as they're out in the field and looking to inspect folks and get them advanced to a final license, assuming they are compliant. And then again, as I noted, there's 1 marijuana micro business that has a delivery endorsement that has commenced their operations, but there are 2 that are endorsed and not yet commenced their operations. So happy to take any questions you may have on this slide. I do realize it's data dense, but it's pertinent information that we continue to monitor on the staff side, especially as we look at supply chain and any concerns we may see or observe as these numbers evolve over the course of time.
No, I have one question, then I'll turn it over to my fellow commissioners. So you referenced the fact that we now have 8 independent testing laboratories that have commenced operations, and the queue actually looks pretty good too, with 6 provisionals and 1 final. There were concerns that periodically have been raised about turnaround times at labs. Do you feel comfortable that with the 8 operational and the 6 or 7 right behind in the queue that we have sufficient capacity in the state?
That's a fair question. I think for the current supply, yes. However, seeing the numbers being somewhat disproportionate as far as what provisionally licensed for cultivators and product manufacturers in particular, as that's going to really be that inroad to a lab, I'd want to see those 6 provisionally licensed labs advance as well.
Sure.
I also want to acknowledge that inspecting a lab is something that is a complicated task for us, and certainly they are licensed facilities, so compliance applies to them as well. And so one of the things that we're trying to do and working very hard to do is identify the right resources to continue our ability to monitor not just turnaround time, but also the quality and accuracy of those tests as well. So the introduction of new labs does pose a new level of challenges for us that we have to continue to be sharp and smart about. So 8 currently, I feel like, is meeting the demand of the industry. Obviously, some licensees may not agree with that. I'm sure of it. And also, some of these tests, in fact, do take time. Some tests take 72 hours just to conduct the test. So that turnaround time may not be satisfying to some.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions for the executive director before asking to move on? Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director. It seems like, happy to see there's a robust response to pre-certification endorsement for the marijuana couriers, with 82 in the pre-cert endorsement phase. So it's good to see that.
Any other questions or comments?
Sean, Mr.
Go ahead.
Executive.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Executive Director. I think I've asked you this in the past, but I'll ask again. The craft marijuana cooperative, we keep seeing low numbers. Not that we keep, there are low numbers. What are we thinking around this?
Yeah, it's as a license type, I think it's complicated, and I'm not going to sugarcoat that. I think there are craft cooperative principles that folks need to abide by, and also pull in resources together. I think it's a really interesting model, but I think it's a complicated model for a number of reasons. They're largely outdoor operations, which poses and the upcoming slide speaks to outdoor grows, and we see that the numbers are disproportionately indoor. They favor indoor grows. And then finding multiple locations that would also entertain the craft business model, I think is not an easy task. But you have asked that question before, and I'm hoping that's a consistent answer that I've offered you. But I'd be willing to dig in a little deeper and see if there's anything else that I'm not seeing there. Because you're right, the numbers are low. And I feel like some folks may be pursuing other license opportunities outside of the craft process. So it also requires Massachusetts residency, which is a complicating factor. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and I know we learn something every meeting, so we could definitely talk next week around it. I'm definitely interested to understand, because when I look at the low number of applicants, I'm curious as to I think you said the same thing you said last time, so thank you. I just remembered, but is it the regs? Is it outside forces? But also I see it as an opportunity, right? So I think having more conversation around and sort of understanding it would be helpful for me for the future to kind of dive a little bit deeper in it. So thank you.
Yeah, just to continue the thought there is having multiple locations may require multiple host community agreements, securing that property interest, requiring Massachusetts residency, securing outside funding without giving up that ownership stake, being an outdoor, largely an outdoor model. You could certainly pursue greenhouse as well, I suppose. All of those things are considerations that any applicant would have to take into account. And so as they review the license offerings, one may be more appealing than others. But one thing we do have a history of is surveying licensees and applicants and seeing what they have to tell us. So I don't want to rule that out. I'm sure some folks on the staff are cringing at me as I say that out loud, but it's a fair enough question that ought to be considered. So. Thank
you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions before I ask the executive director to keep going? Go ahead then, please, Sean.
Sure. So this next slide, I forget which commissioner requested, but I think it's something we'll continue to update on a monthly basis, which is the breakdown between indoor versus outdoor. And the next slide, I think, is actually based on the tiers and square footage of canopy as well, which is another important data point. You see here that there's 60 indoor cultivators as well as 11 outdoor cultivators that have commenced their operation. So a bit of a mixture as far as that's concerned. This being Massachusetts and New England as far as climate and environment is concerned, that's I don't want to say it's an impressive number, because I'm sure outdoor we can certainly trend that number upward, but it surprised me as far as the volume. However, you see 155 are provisionally licensed indoor cultivators. Things to consider: it is a high energy demand and it is an expensive build out. So advancing those folks from provisional to final, I think that could be a sluggish pace just because of the complexity of build out. And again, the cost of build out once they are commencing their operations. I'm sure the commission is too, proud of the energy regulations that we maintain and looking to mitigate the high energy cost and requiring that these folks be as efficient as possible. But that's something just to keep an eye on as well.
Thank you.
As I noted, this here is a breakdown based on tier, not so much based on indoor versus outdoor, but just total tier and total canopy. 71 entities have commenced their operations, which represents 2.18 million square feet of canopy. And canopy is defined as those areas where you're actively growing cannabis. So it may not be the square footage of the entire building, but instead the breakdown of each individual room and the tables or the area that is actually used to cultivate. So the other breakdown I think that's important to note is you see a majority or a good number as smaller tiers. So tiers 1, 2, and 3 do represent a good volume there. And then also 5 tier 11 cultivators. So it's a bit of a bookend right there. Provisional license tends to trend in the same direction with 14 tier 11 provisionally licensed, but 30, 45, and 42 respectively for tiers 1 through 3. So small operations is something that I think folks are starting out in. And as a reminder, to expand your tier after being licensed, you do have to represent that sales and have occurred at a high percentage to justify that expansion, which is a bit of a control as far as supply is concerned. So, and we continue to monitor that as folks do request to expand their tiers. They have to have at least 6 months worth of data.
So Sean, I'm sorry if this one might require a little research on your part, and it's kind of the opposite of what you were just talking about, which is, has there been relegation?
No.
Okay.
We've not, to your point though, it is an opportunity for the commission reserves the right to relegate under certain circumstances if sales or product has not yet been demonstrated to have been moving. In part, and I guess it's certainly worthy of further conversation, it's still an immature industry, and so the data is not quite there to justify that. But to your point, it's on the table.
Yeah, no, that's fine. And that's actually not an unexpected answer, but I appreciate that. But yeah, I agree with your comment. Obviously, we're in the early stages of this. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Executive Director, I love this slide. It's great. I appreciate you even adding the 2.8 million square footage of canopy. But on recent tours, I noticed some folks are doing vertical grow. And do we take that into account in the total count? And if not, is there a mechanism in the future that we can start to consider vertical grow?
Sure. If folks are growing vertically, we would consider that rack as being double the square footage. So if you're racking, we would consider that against your canopy already.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? I will note, Sean, with approval that we got an increasing number of these complex data slides with shading and cells. So personally, as a statistician by training, I love this. Thank you, and recognize all the hard work that goes into this.
One of the more enjoyable aspects of meeting preparation is not so much choosing the shade of green, but which cells to in fact shade. So, and I hope you note it changes month to month. So.
No, actually, I have. It seems like it's always this kind of like, bizarre green that you use to shade.
I should note that the cells that are shaded change, not the shade of green. This is very on brand of us.
I would urge you to conduct a study about what color to shade the cells in the future, please.
So long as they're not appealing to children.
Okay, let's keep going. Sorry for that.
This slide here represents some medical use of marijuana program data. You'll see here that there's a total of 181 licenses. 91 of those have commenced their operations, which is, as I noted, I think last month, is an uptick from, since we've inherited the program, certainly, or transferred the program from our colleagues at the Department of Public Health. On the right-hand side table, you see that there's 104,960 certified patients, 99,108 certified active patients. The distinction there is that 104,960 people have visited a provider but not yet finished or completed their registration process. 99,108 have. So it's that dual part, visited a provider and then gone into our portal and our system to confirm their registration, actually secured their card. We have 8,102 active caregivers in the system, 287 certifying physicians, and 101 certifying nurse practitioners. Again, that does indicate that there are 0 physician's assistants that have registered with the program.
One of the concerns that I know was previously of the 287 certifying physicians, do you know how many of them have pediatric practices?
I don't offhand. It isn't a specialty that's required to be disclosed. So I wouldn't want to give you false information.
Okay, because there was a concern and it was anecdotal, so I'd love to see the data at some point supporting about the fact that very few of these certifying physicians are pediatric specialists.
Sure. That is absolutely a live, ripe, and I think very serious question that parents as caregivers are struggling with. There are some statutory limitations as to what we can disclose relative to the privacy of individual practitioners.
Sure.
But it's something we field often with our constituent service folks as to how parents can gain access for their children to access medicine. So, I think you're right to raise it, and we can dig into it further with limitations as far as what can ultimately be disclosed publicly.
No, I appreciate that. I understand. Thank you. Commissioner Roy? You weren't raising your hand. You were just, okay. Just making, any other questions or comments before I ask the Executive Director to continue? Please keep going, Sean.
Sure. So these next three slides we haven't visited in a while, but I thought it was relevant to bring it back. So as you may remember as well, and this is certainly to the commission, but the public, there are additional slides that I don't cover in this portion of the presentation. You'd be here for a long time if I did. But I think from time to time, I do review those slides and see what we can pull forward. I believe it was Commissioner Roy that at the last meeting asked for a map of medical licenses. So that's, I think, the third slide here. But I want to break it down based on three, which is this is the total licenses issued by the commission, the 979 number, broken down by county. So just to give you some data points here, about 23% of total licenses hail from Worcester County, 13% hail from Middlesex County, 9% from Plymouth, 8% from Berkshire and Hampden, respectively. So that's a total breakdown of total licenses issued. This slide here is retail licenses. So that's the distinction between the two, as well as perhaps, I guess, different colors, which is nice to see. That said, 18% of total retail licenses, or 73, are from Worcester County, and 16% are in Middlesex County. But this is a breakdown of retail licenses. This is not commenced operations. This is just retail licenses generally.
Yeah, we haven't seen this slide for a while. There's a substantial progress and change, although there's still, not a lot in Suffolk County, but more than certainly in the past than the last time we looked at this slide. Please go ahead.
This slide here is new, and I think, again, at the request, I believe, of Commissioner Roy, but it's a breakdown of medical marijuana treatment center licenses. And this, again, this is not a total of commenced operations, but a total licensure. And 20% is Middlesex County, and the total volume of 20, but representing 14%, is Worcester County. And again, this is total licenses, not those that have commenced operations. Another tool that we have, and I would invite anyone to visit it, it's resource dense, which is a good thing, which is our our More About Marijuana Public Awareness website, More About MJ, which has a lot of information and tools for anyone that might be curious about cannabis, wanting to talk to their children about cannabis, but also does indicate a access as far as locating a retailer or locating a dispensary. Before anyone gets concerned, there is a prompt that you need to be 21 or over to access that section. So it's not like a website you can click through and find specific locations if you're looking for the closest access near you. There's also a lot of other really important information that I would encourage anyone to visit. And just as a bit of an aside, kudos to our team on our communication side, as well as our research side, and our friends at the Department of Public Health for pulling that together over the course of time, but it is now a website that we maintain.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
I want to thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director, for this slide. Is there a slide that shows commenced operations regarding NCCs?
Sure, and that would be, we can pull one together for the next meeting. That is also, I clicked around over the course of between our last meeting and now, and the More About MJ page itself provides a thumbtack view of where MTCs are located across Massachusetts. Which is
great to help patients. And looking at this side, it looks like every county there's access in every county, but commence operations, are there any counties that are still are zero with commence operations that you know of?
Not that I know of. Looking at Dukes and Nantucket, I believe both of them do have current existing access to medical. So I'm not aware of anyone being zero. There is a bit of the Franklin, Hampshire, and Hampden. You can see that the numbers are, Hampden County has a bit of a concentration, but there's like this vertical wave of the Commonwealth that seems to have limited access, at least. I don't want to say zero, but limited. And then Berkshire County, I believe, has sufficient access. But again, the number 4, as far as licenses total, is a number you'd certainly love to see spike or increase, just to maintain. I mean, that's a large swath of Massachusetts that 4 entities covering is something we should be mindful of.
Right. Thank you.
Of course.
Any other questions or comments? Please keep going then, Sean.
So that's the data presentation of the of my report. So unless there's no further questions there, I did want to give the commission an update on our budget process. And there's a little bit of information I wanted to share with you, but also provide some context for how we arrived at some of these numbers. So as a basis, the FY23 budget process is largely underway. And so it seems like just yesterday we were talking about FY22, which is the current fiscal year we are living in. That is now, we're just over halfway through that fiscal year. And we are certainly grateful for the resources provided to us by the administration and the legislature, but we're now actively pursuing and requesting FY23's numbers. So for context, the governor's budget should come out later on this month, which would really formally kick off the public budget process. House Ways and Means would then consider that request and produce their budget during the month of April, and then Senate Ways and Means would consider their budget during the month of May. And then those two competing requests would be reconciled by a conference committee in the month of June, hopefully resulting in a final budget sent to the governor's desk for July. That would be a traditional formal process. Our role in that is to submit really two versions of a budget. One is a maintenance request. What do we need just to keep the lights on and preserve existing? As well as are you looking for additional resources? And the answer to that last question is an affirmative yes. We would like to see additional resources invested in the commission. And so this would represent, this budget here, $20.2 million or so, represents our requested increase for FY23. And you see the breakdown here. So 1078-0840 is our main operations account. That is the account that really formally keeps our lights on, maintains a lot of the majority of our payroll, and a lot of the things that, again, just make this place run and tick efficiently and we hope productively for the Commonwealth. That's the main account for that. 0842 is the medical use of marijuana program. That's some payroll as well as managing the medical use of marijuana operating system, MMJOS, and so other things like that, producing patient cards, things like that. And then lastly, 0841 is the public education campaign, which you may recall based on your introduction to the agency, but historically it was funded. In the past several fiscal years, it has been not funded, not supported. And so we'd like to see that restored for a number of reasons. So the next several slides do provide some additional breakdown, I think are important context for how we arrived at this number, but also I think, if I may use the opportunity, advocate for why I believe this is a reasonable number for us to pursue. Starting in and I think Grace or Haley, I'm not sure who's controlling the slides. If you want to advance, thank you. Starting our first fiscal year of existence was really FY18. We prioritized things like investigations, licensing, and that compliance aspect of our agency. We had to build every aspect. We built HR, IT, legal, research, all the things that we had to do, we built and prioritized. But we really tried to build out that licensing staff and that investigation staff so that we could get the industry up and running in a lot of ways, but also do so in what we hope was a complete and efficient and equitable way, which required investment in a lot of areas. But really getting that field staff in place and that licensing staff in place has been a historical priority. What I'd like to focus on now and moving forward is building out really those backbone areas of the agency to continue that growth, but sustained in a as safe and complete way as possible. So again, things like legal, things like IT, things like research, things like HR. The more people we hire, the more HR resources we need. You may also remember, and I think some commissioners have commented and observed that historically we've not always spent 100% of our available funds. That is true. It does represent, we think, good stewardship, but also we want to make sure we're forecasting and planning accordingly and responsibly. Last fiscal year was a bit of an anomaly. It was the investment of resources came around this time, a little bit early, it was around the month of December. And so it was a significant infusion of resources. It would have been, I think, in my opinion, irresponsible to spend all of those resources in that short amount of time. We did begin a pretty significant hiring process mid last year, and we're still underway right now. And FY22's projections and spending are, I think, are consistent with that. But the important note I would make is that FY21, so last fiscal year, the agency produced $25 million, over $25 million in non-tax revenue. So that is funds that are secured through the likes of licensing fees, agent registration fees, fines. Those are things that are not that 20% or actually the 10.75% excise tax on products. So that number alone is sufficient to support the agency's existence and still produce a surplus on top of it. The marijuana excise tax produced $112 million. And this is data that's not secured or presented by us, but in fact, the comptroller in his closeout of the fiscal 21 budget. That represents 200%, the marijuana excise tax, 206% of actuals compared to estimates. Same thing on the marijuana non-tax revenue side is 178%. So we've exceeded expectations. And I think that's an important note. We didn't generate the tax revenue. It was retailers that did and consumers that paid it. We have created the environment where that's possible. We did generate the non-tax revenue, which is license fees, agent registration fees, fines, and other, again, non-tax aspects. So I think that supports, at least when we come in and ask for a number around $20 million, there's a bit of a conservative nature to that, but also monitoring, I think, to some feedback from commissioners, how are we spending against that request? I can tell you as of today, in FY22, we're spending about 36% of our available budget. We're about halfway through the fiscal year, though, so where that lines up, I think, is important to note. We are in the process, as you've probably noted, and you'll see later on in my presentation, we're hiring. We're hiring as responsibly as we can, but we're trying to fill some of those roles. We're going to bring in additional investigators. We're going to bring in additional licensing staff. We're also going to continue to build out other departments, including research, including legal, including HR. We're also backfilling as we create additional roles in the agency that does result, hopefully, oftentimes in promotions of our staff. So as folks climb and seek career growth here, we want to make sure we're sufficiently supporting those backfills. So again, I think this is an important slide for you to see. The Commonwealth, I think, has a good, wise investment in this agency, and I think we've represented a responsible steward of taxpayer resources. And I think that's an important point I wanted to leave you with today. I think there's one more slide. So this is the difference here. As I noted, we're looking for about $20.2 million. That would represent about a $4.5 million increase for the agency. And I'm happy to go into how some of that would be spent. $1 million clearly is going from $0 to $1 million. Public education is something I think is a wise investment. Just because the industry exists here does not mean that we're done creating a level of awareness and educating the public about what this product represents, but also what responsibility we all have as a collective society to be responsible about it. Medical use of marijuana program is largely an expected increase in patient registrations. We've seen that number grow astronomically and significantly over the past 2 years. We want to continue to support that. And patient registration cards in the operating system are not inexpensive to maintain. And then the $2.9 million largely is headcount and personnel.
Are there questions? I have one, but go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I guess I have a few comments. First of all, thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director, for this outline. I feel like it's very easy to digest. Commissioner Roy, you mentioned, I think the first day that you came to the commission, which was, I think, in the summer, you mentioned that we are a revenue generating agency. And we said, we love her already. She's adding value to the commission, right? So in that spirit, of a revenue generating agency, it's good to hear, Sean, that you're thinking about forecasting and planning, right? We're halfway through FY22, so I'm kind of curious. I think you elaborated a little bit in your comments in terms of how we're doing in terms of spending it, but I'm glad that you're thinking about, you talked about staff promotions. I'm not BSing when I say this, we have some really amazing people on this team who are working to regulate a very safe and equitable industry, right? A lot of folks that I talk to on our staff come here because of the equity mandate. They come here because they want to continue to work. So when I hear you talk about staff promotions and keeping our staff, I appreciate that, because we need to create a sustainable organization past all of us, right? I always say to staff, commissioners come and go, as well as our the leadership team. So I really appreciate you thinking about forecasting and planning. And I think the other piece of it is, I don't know if you're going to get into it a little bit, or if we can, is besides the plan to hire and everything else, and I know it's been really difficult during the pandemic, how are we thinking in terms of the next 6 months and the spending, right? I know that you said it, we do give money back, and the times have changed. So how are we thinking and pivoting to making sure that we have what we need to go out there and make sure that folks are in compliance?
So there's a few questions there. I think I'll answer the last one first, which is the planning process, and my confidence really originates with the staff that we have in that fiscal operations side. So Adriana Leon and Alyssa Stack and their teams, I think, are really forecasting and looking ahead at our spending versus what we have available, and try not to build ourselves a fiscal cliff as well. So knowing that as we hire someone today, we're really going to absorb 6 months of that FTE salary. So if we finished spending all of that, we would have a cliff for next year. And so we can't assume anything as far as the $4.5 million. We need to plan accordingly. There's a few things that I think would result in that 36% or so number spiking upwards. Procurements. We have a number of procurements that are on the street now, and we're hoping that folks come in and offer their services to the commission and would be excited to work with us. We would look forward to working with them. And then we have a number of hiring that we want to do this fiscal year. But also, as we look ahead to next fiscal year, one of the things that this agency, I think, ought to be proud of, and I know that I am, is we tend to be data driven. And we look at, for instance, we want to hire additional investigators because we know there's demand and need. But one of the things I want to spend some time with, and I know that Yao Gibi, our chief of investigations, shares this, is how do we build out a workforce that is both enough, sustainable, but also gives our staff the ability to have a manageable workload. Our staff they're out there, they're busy, they're tired. We're asking a lot of them. And so I think what I want to do is put in place some workforce planning and resource planning. If you ask me, what does it take to oversee or inspect or maintain compliance with a cultivation facility versus, as I noted earlier, an independent testing lab, I don't know. But it's also tough for us sometimes to forecast what's going to come through the door in licensing. What we're going to see a little bit potentially is a slowdown in licensing applications. We're seeing, as I noted a few months ago to the commission, an uptick though in change applications. And so how do we resource that in the right sufficient way? And so I've already spoken with Yao quite a bit about, let's put some energy into that and be able to say with data, this is how we're going to build our workforce. So what you may see the rest of this fiscal year is building out and supporting the investigators as well as enforcement counsel, making sure that those staff are sufficient, but then us investing time and energy and resources, money, into workforce planning. Another area where we've invested money already and will continue to is a job classification study, making sure that as we build this agency, there are like positions that are matched as far as what the personnel requires with the job descriptions, but also what it pays. And it needs to be parity across departments as well as across, again, peers and like positions. So those are things I think we want to spend time, and it is an investment of both time and money. And I think that's one of the things we haven't always enjoyed is the time availability. But that's, I think that answers a lot of your questions, but I don't know if it's entirely. So if I missed something, I'm happy to revisit it.
No, thank you so much. I know we have weekly meetings, right? But there's so much that we can get in weekly meetings. And I think this is important to hear for us as all the commissioners and the public. So I appreciate that. I like where it's going. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Executive Director. I have one comment and one question. I appreciate your thoughtfulness around beefing up investigations, enforcement, and licensing. As we saw in some of your previous slides, there are so many in the queue that are ready to hit their final license stage and commence operations. And to your point about bandwidth and workload, I think it's super important that we're able to add to that staff. So thank you very much on that. And my question is around testing labs. So if I had a magic wand or a wish list, it would be amazing for the commission to have its own testing lab. And I know this is something that we briefly talked about in the past, and I know a build out and a budget and cost wise would be massive, but could you just explain if this is something that is completely out of the realm or a conversation that we are willing to have as a commission to have a commission-run testing lab?
The investment of resources, so the difference, if we were to build a full-fledged testing lab, and I don't mean this as hyperbole or drama, that $4.5 million would spike dramatically. And I don't know that we could pull it off in one fiscal year, and then the ability to get accredited, I think, would be an entirely separate question. And I think this poses a massive challenge for the agency from an ongoing compliance standpoint, as well as a where are we going question mark. And I think there's a few things that I don't have clarity on as far as future tense. We would love the ability to have access to what I would describe as a standards lab. It's an operational challenge for us right now. There's a few instances that we've run into where we in fact send product during the course of an investigation to an existing independent testing lab. The challenge that represents is we are the regulator of that testing lab. So now we're a regulator and possibly a client as well. In the instance of, say, suspected pesticide use, the Department of Agricultural Resources, who is a good, valuable enforcement partner with us, has access to the University of Massachusetts Amherst pesticide lab, MPAL. And that's their contract, they maintain it, they enjoy access to it. The challenge it poses is that we're more often than not testing the plant or the flower itself, but testing things in the room. We're swabbing walls, we're swabbing HVAC vents, etc. That's the nature of cannabis. I think if cannabis were to be legalized federally, that could open up a number of opportunities and avenues for us. So it's a question of where do you invest the resources and when, or do you anticipate a change that could open up additional resources? So the state has labs, the Department of Public Health and the state's crime lab. We could certainly partner with a higher ed institution. We have our flagship university, University of Massachusetts, has a fantastic cohort of scientists and lab professionals that we would love to enjoy access to. The challenge we have is that they're largely supported by federal funding, including federally backed student loans and federally supported research grants. And so, to my knowledge, across the country, a lot of jurisdictions struggle with this very question. So the cost, time, and energy to build out a testing lab, I think, is astronomical. I don't have a number to it. It's certainly something we could try to put some ballpark to. But the investment of resources, I think, would be, I just don't know how feasible it is. As much as I hate to say that, because it's a dire need that we have, it also would help us govern and oversee those ITLs. And that's a challenge I think we're going to continue to see. So having the independent testing labs be for-profit labs that we regulate is the nature of the cannabis industry across the country right now. And until something were to happen federally, I don't know how soon that changes or how quickly that could change.
Okay, thank you. I just struggle with that conflict of interest that you mentioned. We are regulating them and we are their client. So that's, why I prompted my question.
And I to that point, though, I think if that's it will never be an option to not ensure public health. So if that's something that we have to do, we will do it and we won't hesitate to do it. And we will devote resources to pay for those testing labs and to secure those results. And the best example I can provide you is we did it during the course of eValley with the vaping crisis just before COVID. We sent hundreds, if not nearly 1,000 cartridges to our testing labs and paid that cost to have those tests conducted. And we also then disclosed those test results publicly.
So I know Commissioner Concepcion has a question, but I just want to end it and say that I am grateful that we are going from what looks like 8 to 16 independent testing labs. And in no way am I questioning the integrity of the labs with my question about, I would just want to put that on the record. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Concepcion?
Thank you. First, Commissioner Roy, thank you for bringing up the subject. I think our thoughts and our concerns are in the same place right now in terms of the creation of a standards lab. I think that, you know, from a public safety and a compliance perspective, it's clear that it's in our best interest to work towards that. So I think maybe we should see, you know, think about the feasibility, even if we talk about incremental progress. You know, maybe this isn't something that's like a one-off or that won't have such a major impact on our fiscal, you know, on our budget, but something that we can sort of do down the line slowly but surely to a point where we're no longer relying on outside resources. So I think it's an important topic, and I think we need to sort of give some energy to figuring this out.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions or comments?
If I can just, to Commissioner Concepcion's point.
Go ahead. Please go ahead.
And very briefly, that is something Geneve Halverson and Yao GB and Alyssa Stack have all put their heads together, including our legal team as well, on what, in the interim, what options do we have? And so one of the things that we're looking at and exploring is, as I mentioned, as far as our spend is what procurement can we pull together? Can we bring in someone to help us either map out what a process would look like to scope out, or are there any other opportunities outside of, frankly, becoming both regulator and client? And so that procurement is underway. And I think part of it is we can certainly expand the scope into the value proposition of paying as a client for whether it be our licensed labs or building out the lab. What is a 10-year lookout? If we're going to spend $3 million over the course of 10 years, or we can spend $3 million now and have a state-of-the-art lab, my question ultimately is, who knows what the cannabis landscape looks like in 10 years? And so is it an investment that's worthy of it now? But that's a procurement that I know they've been working on and pulling together. It's not an easy question to answer, but it's something that they're spending the time on right now.
Thank you, Sean.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Sean. Let's keep going if we could.
So that's the budget portion. Just a few other updates I wanted to apprise the commission of. Just before the new year, I did reach out to our staff. In addition to thanking them for all of their work throughout the course of the calendar year, wishing them certainly a happy new year, and ultimately trying to convey to them that we are grateful for their service and their choice of public service. Also providing them an update on our status as a remote agency for the time being, and what it looks like moving forward. I know that's a level of anxiety that our employees must be experiencing, not having really clarity on where we're headed. Not surprisingly, the issue of COVID continues to loom. It continues to evolve, literally, as far as the variants are concerned. So I advise our staff that we will remain a remote agency for the time being, with no specific date at this point of when a return to our physical offices may be. That's both Worcester and Boston. I also reiterated my commitment to provide a 90-day notice before we would return to the office. That way folks can plan accordingly if there's any circumstances they need to consider, including childcare and things like that. We will continue to review and evaluate our policies, also reviewing policies of other agencies. What are other agencies doing or requiring of their staff? We'll also continue to engage them directly, because I think that's an important aspect to consider the impact of return on them and their families. As a reminder to our staff as well, the offices are available to them. So if you need to secure internet access or reliable internet access, update equipment, use supplies, things like that, you can certainly use it. Our offices are in fact closed to the public still. And then a quick update based on the timing here. There are some open meeting law implications that would apply to the commission, certainly, in how you conduct your meetings, these meetings. There is a deadline as of right now that April 2022, there'll be a return to in-person meetings. Not surprisingly, that slide is now stale, potentially, as of, I think it was yesterday. The House, at least, voted to extend that April 2022 date to July. The Senate has not yet concurred in that. The governor has obviously not yet approved that, but that's a moving target as of right now. There's momentum to extend that date. As of right now, the law is April 2022, but as I noted, there's potential that could even change. So needless to say, telling our staff that this is a moving target and we're not quite certain yet is even evidenced by this week's update. So I wanted to provide the commission that update as well. I think you were copied on that email, but my endeavor is to keep our staff as safe as possible. And as a reminder to them, and I'm grateful to them, for now, almost 2 years, we've been an incredibly productive and efficient agency. And there's really nothing that I think would compel us to change that position as of right now. So, but obviously want to seek your feedback as well and provide you an opportunity to comment.
Thanks. Are there any questions or comments on this? Well, thanks for your leadership on this, Sean. Why don't you keep going, please?
Sure, and I will move as efficiently as possible, knowing you have a busy agenda today. We did receive a total of 1,058 applications for the third cohort of our social equity program. As you may recall, that application deadline was extended and did ultimately close on November 15th. As a reminder for those folks that were accepted into the program, regardless of when you were reviewed, as soon as you were accepted into the program, your benefits accrued. That includes access to license types. So wanted to remind folks that if you were included in cohort 3, you received an email from us that it congratulated you and welcomed you into the program, those benefits accrue immediately. So the next slide is a breakdown of those numbers. 446 people, individuals, as I noted earlier, were in fact approved, which does represent a new high as far as our cohort. So each and every cohort has gotten progressively larger. Credit to our staff. I'm also incredibly proud and grateful that Kevin Sibley, our Director of Equity Programming and Community Outreach, had the benefit of additional staff that our licensing staff, for instance, helped and assisted and were pulled off of licensing applications to review these applications for a number of months and got through that total volume. They've now returned to the licensing queue, so that's why I'm also incredibly confident that those 10 applications that are pending will be reviewed efficiently. But that also I think shows, I forget which commissioner made the comment, it might have been Commissioner Camargo, folks came here to work on equity issues, and that's just proof in the pudding right there. And also grateful that Kyle Potvin, our Director of Licensing, saw the need and volunteered, and the staff was willing to go over and assist. 603 applicants were not accepted into the program, but again, rather than being rejected or denied, we will place their evaluation and continued evaluation into the next cohort, will be cohort 4. I don't have an estimate as of today as to when that might open, but we want to stay engaged with those folks. If they believe that they're eligible, we want to give them every opportunity to demonstrate their eligibility, but you still must be eligible to get into that program. And then 9 applications were ultimately withdrawn. This is a breakdown of those 446. So I would describe this as being the final demographic breakdown of those of cohort 4. You'll see here that 50.6% identify as Black, African American, 14.5% identify as Hispanic, Latinx, or Spanish, and 111 individuals, or 24.8%, identify as white. The bottom table here is based on track, and the vast majority, 85%, are pursuing and identify the entrepreneur track as being most appropriate and most interesting or compelling to them.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Mr. Executive Director, I just had a quick question. For the applications that are now deemed pending, was there any sort of common reasoning for their pending status?
Sure. This is anecdotal, and I would also, I guess I can gather more information and more intel for you. Residency is sometimes a challenge to demonstrate proof of residency. And as far as the census tract and that information there. And that's not just instant, like where you are now, but historically over the course of the last 10 years. I would say that would predominantly be, and if there's others, I could certainly provide that information, but it's an assessment I think we could do for sure.
Okay.
Thank you. Please keep going.
So this next slide is gender. You'll see here that 72.8% identify as male. The bottom two these are just data points we continue to track to monitor our own progress toward some of the statutory missions that we have. 92% did not identify as a farmer or did not indicate a status as a farmer, and 95% did not indicate their status as veterans. Just before getting into hiring, I want to give you another update. We are finalizing the cohort 3 instructors. So that was a procurement that was underway, as well as the orientation plan. So those folks that were accepted into the 3rd cohort, we've gotten a lot of questions about, well, when does the programming formally begin? We are finalizing that process right now. So more information will be available as soon as possible. We also released, and I believe commissioners received, a survey relative to the equity program and our mission. That went to industry leaders as well as equity participants, looking to inform our equity programming moving forward. That was specific to the strategic planning process, but I think it's also relevant in this context. We're looking forward to getting those surveys back by the end of this month. So that's a project that's underway. Similarly, work on the disproportionately impacted areas in that designation, that's ongoing with now stakeholder meetings advancing. We're scheduling them for next week. And obviously we'll release that study and the staff work in the coming weeks after we complete those meetings. So more to come on all 3 of those topics, but just want to make sure, I know it's on your radar and something that we talk about frequently, wanted to communicate that to the public as well.
Thank you, Sean.
And so I believe this is my last slide. It is, which is our hiring update. So, and again, I appreciate your indulgence this morning. I realize I've taken a lot of your time. It hopefully represents that a lot's going on here at the Cannabis Control Commission. As I noted in the spending and budget context, we are actively hiring as aggressively as possible. I also note we currently have an HR department of 3 people. So kudos to them for the work that they're doing and their support of the agency as a whole. But we've introduced and welcomed aboard an executive assistant as well as a desktop support analyst. That was as of December 20th. We are in the final candidate stage of selecting folks for the role of constituent services manager, as well as the investigations and enforcement assistant. And we're in the screening process for associate enforcement counsel. So we're continuing to build out those teams. We currently have 3 positions available. Run, don't walk, as far as the project coordinator for equity programming and community outreach, that position closes tomorrow. And we have 2 other positions, a manager of government affairs and policy to join Matt Giancola's team. That closes on the 29th. Relatedly, the role of budget director for Adriana Leone's team closes on the 29th as well. So continuing to build out, as I noted earlier, that backbone aspect of our agency, continuing to support you as commissioners, but also the public in accessing as much information as possible.
Thank you very much, Sean. I was going to ask this earlier when you're going through the budget. Could you, order of magnitude, I understand if you can't be completely precise, could you tell us the number of current staff members, and if we were to get our full budget request for fiscal 23, approximately what the headcount would be at that point at the end of that fiscal year?
Order of magnitude currently would be about 90.
Yeah,
and that's, again, give or take. Notwithstanding these roles as well. So this would give us we're going to continue to grow and kind of inch toward that 100 number, I think, with relative ease in this fiscal year. If we were to be granted the $4.5 million increase, and again, included in that is $1 million for public education, we would be order of magnitude about 130.
Okay, that's great. And if we ever do get to go back to our offices, what's your guesstimate about the capacity that we have between Boston and Worcester?
Less than those 2 numbers I just gave you.
Okay.
So a consideration that we absolutely have to account for is personnel and space, and also in part, we enjoy a mixture in both offices of cubicles as well as offices, and so mindful of what I believe will be an enduring approach to workforce planning and space planning is the physical separation. So you may recall that in Union Station we have those workbench styles that the investigator space is contained.
I have a recollection of what the office looks like.
So I guess for the public's edification, one of those is, for instance, you could fit in that space probably 65, 70 people, and that's, again, order of magnitude. I don't think in today's day and age, so to speak, that we want to do that safely. So every consideration would be given to how do we manage our physical space.
Yep, that's going to be an important issue. Thank you for that. Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I just want to take a step back. This is our platform as commissioners to communicate with the public. So I just want to, and I think for a lot of us, I just want to take a quick step back to Sean, when you talked a little bit about the update for the process for the areas of disproportionately impacted report and the process that we're going through. And I know I know we're rushing and stuff, not rushing, but I know we got a lot on the plate. But I want to make sure folks know that, it's one of these topics that I think all of us are receiving emails, calls when we're going to, public and, stuff. People are asking us, right? I don't qualify for the social equity program for this reason, for that reason, census tracts, neighborhoods. Obviously, we all know we had a conversation in Lawrence, and you'll hear a little bit more about the update with Lawrence later this afternoon in our government affairs update. But I want to let folks know that this is a serious topic at the commission. And I know that our team has been working really hard to have conversations with all the commissioners in terms of where are we, how does this look like, how do we think innovative, but how do we also stay focused on those people and communities that have been disproportionately impacted by prohibition and enforcement, which is why we're here. I feel like for me today, it's about equity. So I just want to take a pause for that. And I know, Sean, you went through it, and let's just keep it on the radar because it's coming up. It's going to be for us, I would say a healthy conversation, but it's a huge process that we're going to take on this year. And as you all realize, saw, this first year went by so fast. So hopefully we'll get there. And, the country's looking at us. We are Massachusetts. We like to be first in a lot of things. And this one topic is very important. So just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner. Commissioner Roy.
And just to echo Commissioner Camargo's point, especially around the stakeholder group that is going to meet next week, I'd love to learn more about that. And how many folks did we end up with who were willing to volunteer their time? Did we get a good sampling from throughout the state? Just to get a little bit of a handle about that group. And are commissioners able to participate or listen in, or I'm just curious to find out a little more about that group.
Sean, you want to go and address that?
Sure. Yeah, I think we'll follow up with each commissioner as far as what that process would be. It should be on commissioners' radars and schedules as far as those meetings. So we will double check and confirm that, but that would absolutely be a possibility without a doubt.
My understanding is that the process is that each commissioner that wishes will participate in those outreach meetings. So if you're so inclined, Commissioner Roy, there'll be the opportunity to do that.
Yep.
Other questions or comments before we let the executive director go? I will not let I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Let him get back to his day job.
Don't let him go. We need him.
No. As I said, I was not precise, which I apologize for that. Well, in that case, first of all, thank you so much, Mr. Executive Director. Hour and 15 minutes of nonstop talking, I know is challenging, but we learned a lot. Obviously, what you went through represents not just your own leadership, but obviously a lot of hard work and great work by our staff. So thank you for that. I'm going to suggest, since it is 11:30, before we jump into the next agenda item, which is starting our licensing process, let's take a short 10-minute break. Then we'll come back and we'll go through as much of the licensing agenda as we can get to before we take a luncheon break. But I think it's a good juncture for us to take a short recess. So if it's okay, it's 11:30. Can we be in recess until 11:40? Is that okay with everybody?
Sure.
Okay, then we are in recess until 11:40 a.m. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Executive Director.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't go too far.
Okay, it's 11:40. Commissioner Stebbins, I see you're back. Commissioner Concepcion, I see you're back. Commissioners Roy and Camargo, are you guys back?
Yep, that was fast.
That was fast 10 minutes. And then Commissioner Roy, I see you're back as well. So we are back in session as of 11:40 a.m. Thank you. As I mentioned, the next item on the agenda is to start our conversation on the various licensing applications, starting with changes of control. Let's just get started. We'll take this as long as we can before we take a lunch break, and typically that will be when my mind stops working and needs a break from going through all of the votes. So let's see how far we get. We have, as I mentioned, a number of changes of ownership. As Sean, I think, mentioned, my expectation is that we'll continue to see a large number of these, probably growing as the industry matures. My recognition and thanks to staff for their hard work on this. Derek, are you with us? I can see you. Welcome, Derek. Everybody, this is Derek Chamberlain, one of our licensing analysts. Derek, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for playing this role, and hopefully you'll come back next month. We won't rush too badly.
Yes, thank you very much for having me. I look forward to the opportunity today.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Before we get started, Commissioner Roy has requested a blanket condition for all of these changes of ownership. So let me read her requested condition, make sure people are comfortable with that, and then we'll have that condition by inference applied to every one of the changes of control that we review and vote on. So the blanket condition that has been requested by Commissioner Roy, let me read it, specifically to help ensure compliance with 500.101 and 501.101A11. It is strongly recommended that an update be provided to the Commission regarding any changes or modifications to your diversity plan and/or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability as a result of change of ownership. Let me allow Commissioner Roy to speak on that, and then I just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with it. And then, as I said, we will apply that as a condition by inference to all of the changes of control that we discuss and vote on. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Mr. Executive Director said earlier, we're seeing more of these now, and I really drill down on them for this meeting. And these are significant changes of ownership that are occurring, and kudos to our staff. They can be quite complicated. There are parent companies, there are grandparent companies, and we need to make sure that they are in compliance with how many license types they have. And for instance, a Canadian company has purchased numerous entities in Massachusetts. So my thought process behind this is they are new to the Commission and our mandates around diversity and positive impact. So I'm not comfortable waiting an entire year or till renewal if there are significant changes in either one of those plans that we have approved. So my thought was if they could update the Commission on, it could be a change of where the donations are going or what communities they're impacting. I feel it's important, we need to know this. So that was my thought process behind having them update us on their diversity plans and positive impact plans, since these are significant changes of ownership. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioner Roy, are there any concerns or comments about the ability to apply this across all of the change control? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would echo what Commissioner Roy said. You just look at the first three that we're reviewing under changes of ownership. This is complete transition away from the original applicants, the original licensees. And I think the point is clear, is that we don't want to wait a whole year until we realize, one, you've changed the plan or haven't met the goals of the positive impact plan or diversity plan. So I think applying this condition is helpful and keeps our licensees on task. Doesn't prohibit them from changing something, but to the Commissioner's point, I think we'd rather realize and see that sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Other comments? Commissioner Concepcion.
I have more of a question just about how this would operate in real time. Are we asking for an update prior to the application for change of ownership? How would this operate?
No, it would be before renewal. So we're strongly recommending either like 6 months or prior to renewal. So we're not waiting, in some cases, a calendar year. So this is, to your point, it's after the change of ownership, not prior to. I think that was your question.
Yes. So
Okay.
we're asking that with the chain of ownership, the positive impact plan that was in place prior to is still abided by.
Or if there's changes or modifications, like, because those were approved, please update the commission. Like Commissioner Stebbins said, they can change them, but we should be updated on that.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Concepcion raises a good point, and I guess I'm asking you, Commissioner Roy, can we amend your proposed blanket condition to create some kind of time frame or expectation of time frame? If it changes, at what point do we need to be notified, or should we be notified? I think that's what Commissioner Concepcion was driving at. So is there something you suggest that we could amend or add to your proposed condition?
I originally had put 6 months. I had spoken to Kyle Potvin, and originally it was 6 months or date of renewal, whichever occurs first.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy, sorry.
So I just want to make sure legal is okay with that. So I don't know, or do we have the authority as commissioners to just do that?
Can I give a suggestion, Chairman?
Go ahead, please, Commissioner.
Yeah, Commissioner Roy, I think in the operational aspect of it, I guess what's the goal, right? So we want their information, we want them to update us. They get approved today as change of owners, yay. Do we want to maybe you say, within the next 90 days to update us on any changes around the diversity plan or positive impact plan. I feel like 90 days is pretty feasible. Otherwise, you will wait till renewal, right? Because 6 months and then renewal is kind of like they're already going to be putting in information for renewal. So I'm just thinking of also, for them in terms of work as well. So I don't know, just a suggestion, either sort of like within 90 days of,
right,
final change of ownership, or or kind of before renewal, but the 6 month mark could be a little
long. So before
if I could just interject, and I apologize, I'm going to sound like a stickler, and I apologize. Please ask for the floor, because otherwise Grace can't catch up with you and get you live. So Commissioner Roy, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I agree with you 100%, Commissioner Camargo. I just wanted to make sure my fellow commissioners are okay with the concept. Do we want to be updated on changes in diversity plans and positive impact plans? Because the timeline is moot if we don't agree with the concept of being updated. So I just want to make sure before we even go to the second part of the question on time frame, is everybody in agreement or alignment with the concept? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to do a presumptive close here. I'm hearing everybody agreeing with it. Is that the case? So then there's a proposal from Commissioner Camargo to say within 90 days. I've seen our general counsel pop up on the screen, although she just disappeared on me. Could I get you back, general counsel? Thank you. How are you, by the way, Christine?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm fine.
The concept that's on the table is to suggest that any updates, if there are no updates, there's no issue, but if there's an update to the plan, that we be notified within 90 days. Are you comfortable with that, Commissioner, or excuse me, General Counsel?
Yeah, so to the extent that we're talking about plans that are not particularly sensitive, I'm fine with that. So in other words, we don't want to suggest basically that we're talking about a plan that we might want to maintain the confidentiality on. For these kinds of plans, asking for updates or changes is fine. I would note, however, that there's an operational question here as to whether CIE could monitor those kinds of submissions. So I would defer to other staff on that question.
Thank you, General Counsel. Sean, do you have any issues with with the proposal on the table? I'll read an amended version of Commissioner Roy's proposal in a second, but Sean, are you okay with this? From an operation standpoint?
I think so. I think there's a continuing burden on licensees. If plans are to change, they have to notify us anyway. So, and I think we do treat security plans and positive impact plans as both being required and obligated. So if you're going to make changes to your plans, the obligation's on the licensee to update the commission.
Okay, thank you, Sean. So let me do the following, if I could, Commissioner Roy. I'm gonna read your language, proposed language again with the change we just agreed to, or at least that I think we've agreed to. So the proposed blanket license condition on all changes of ownership is specifically to help ensure compliance with 500.101 and 501.101A11. It is strongly recommended that an update be provided to the Commission within 90 days of the approval of change of ownership regarding any changes or modifications to your diversity plan and or positive impact plan, including but not limited to goals, programs, measurements, and accountability as a result of change of ownership. Does that work? Are there any objections? Go ahead, Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure. I just want to be clear on what you said. It sounded like within 90 days of change of ownership or 90 days of a post change of ownership, they make a change to their diversity or their positive impact plan.
It is strongly recommended that an update be provided to the Commission within 90 days of approval of change of ownership regarding any changes or modifications, ... So this is about if there are changes, we need to be notified within 90 days of approval. As Sean pointed out, if they change it anytime subsequently, there's a requirement they notify the Commission. So we're just specifically focusing on these 90 days. If the change of ownership causes a change, we'd be notified within 90 days. Any subsequent changes we'd be notified of as a matter of course anyway.
Thank you.
Sure. Is everybody comfortable with this?
Chairman,
Go ahead, Commissioner. Go.
just a point of information for 1 second before we go into the motion.
Yep.
I just want to be very, very clear. Commissioner Roy, the goal that you were thinking, I want to make sure that we're in the same, we understand. You really just want to know or give them the option to know in terms of the diversity plans or the positive impact plans when it comes to sort of what they're doing, right? Like if the former owner was going to do 5 cleanups in Fitchburg, but now the new owner says, hey, we're not going to do that. We're going to do expungement clinics. You just want to see and hear what they're doing in terms of, so that when we get to renewals again, it basically matches what they're doing, because this is final licenses.
So for instance, last meeting, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
No, please. I'm sorry. I really want to help Grace and Haley out. Go ahead, please, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Exactly, Commissioner Camargo. And just to further illustrate the point, last meeting we had an entity in North County, in Worcester County, and I don't want to single anyone out, that was using an area almost 75 miles away for their positive impact. And I believe myself and Commissioner Stebbins questioned that, and we asked them to directly impact areas in which they are doing business. So that is a concern of mine, where if, say, in Worcester, an entity has been a significant change of ownership and they decide to move their investments and positive impacts to 80 miles away, well, how would we know that? Unless we got updates. So that was my thought process around that, but exactly, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Concepcion.
So I have a question, and this is relative to Commissioner Stebbins' question around if we're saying 90 days from the change in ownership or 90 days from the change in the plan. It sounds like, and Commissioner Roy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like your intention is about the change in the actual plans and not the 90 days from change in ownership.
That could be open. Mr. Chairman, may I have the floor?
I just want to make
sure.
Sure.
Yeah, no, please go ahead, Commissioner Roy. Thank you, by the way.
So
appreciate that.
And for discussion, whatever the commission feels is most beneficial. So we could do 90 days from change of ownership for any updates, or 90 days from any update, but from any changes made. So I guess that is open for discussion, but my intent was, I didn't say the 90 days, so would maybe Commissioner Camargo, you could help me out in your thought process with the 90 days.
Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, so that was just a suggestion, right? And again, I want to make sure that we're slowing down the process a little bit so we understand this, because there's a lot of companies that we are going to impact. But we also want to know what they're doing, right? So let's just think about this for a second.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, I think Commissioner Roy, think about it for a second, right? Think about what is your goal, and what is it that we're trying to do here? I don't know. Like I said, these folks get final change of ownership today. I don't know. I don't even know what the process is after today, right? How long is it going to take them for change of ownership? You know, operationally, they gotta swap out things. I don't know, right? So let's think about that to make it fair. My other recommendation, Commissioner Roy, is that maybe it's, you know, prior to renewal, right? So so that's my comment. But let's just be very clear on what kind of condition we're putting on, and the goal, which is important. So.
Yeah, if I could comment, you know, it strikes me the rationale behind this, and I'm speculating, so Commissioner Roy disagrees with me if I'm getting this wrong, but it sounds like the rationale is that if there are changes to either plan precipitated by the change of ownership, we would like to know about them. If there are changes in the plan that happen just in the course of events or right before new, we have the right to be notified about that already. So we don't need to take any action here. To me, the objective here, at least as I understand it, Commissioner Roy, is changes precipitated specifically because of the change of ownership, which is why, if I'm right, I propose the specific language that we be notified of any changes within 90 days of the approval of the change of ownership. Did I get that right?
That is accurate, Mr. Chairman.
So are we all comfortable with that as a specific? Let me rephrase that. Is there anybody an objection to that? Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
I don't have an objection. I have a question. And I don't know if Kyle is on, but maybe an operational person can.
We'll let the executive director handle any operational questions. So go ahead, please.
Yeah. So, Mr. Executive Director, what is the operational impact, and how is the process after someone has gotten a final change of ownership? Do you know that? Like, what does that look like?
So part
for the purpose of this condition, you know.
Sure, fair. And so a change of ownership also then must be effectuated, so they can't actually make the change until the commission were to bless it. In some instances, there's changes in multiple jurisdictions if they're acquiring either a stake or in the entirety of a multi-state operator. And so a change of ownership approved by the commission also has another administrative step, which is that to be effectuated, and we get notification of that. What you're ultimately doing is allowing them to make the change at a later date, potentially. Sometimes it's really as simple as adding an individual or an investor. So that prospective date could be a week from now, it could be a month from now. To be honest, it may never occur as well, if the deal ultimately falls apart for whatever reason, that notwithstanding the commission's approval. And then we received notice of that. So I think there's also an update or required update upon renewal of any plans. It's another opportunity for licensees to provide updates to the commission. So I guess there's a number of bites at this apple that you could certainly consider. And then, as I mentioned earlier, changes or updates to any plans we're required to be notified of. So.
Okay. So once again, are we okay with 90 days upon the commission approval of change of ownership? Then I'm going to suggest we get into the actual change of ownership. And as I ask for a vote, I will explicitly state that the vote is to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy. Okay. Derek, I think we're finally ready for you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So let's start with Ashley's Extracts Incorporated.
Yep. The licensee here is Ashley's Extracts Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and are requesting to add 6 individuals and 7 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Derek. Are there questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? Then may I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ashley's Extracts Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy. Can I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Concepcion, Camargo, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Derek, Ashley's Farm Incorporated.
Yep, the licensee here is Ashley's Farm Incorporated, seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and requesting to add 6 individuals and 7 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Derek. Are there questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Commissioner Roy, could I ask for a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ashley's Farm Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask for a second, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Can I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ashley's Farm Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Derek, Ashley's Incorporated.
Yep, the licensee here is Ashley's Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of one adult use license and requesting to add 6 individuals and 7 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Derek. Any questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? Could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ashley's Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Ashley's Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Derek, Berkshire Roots LLC.
The licensee here is Berkshire Roots LLC, seeking a change of ownership and control of 5 adult use licenses and 1 medical license, and requesting to add 1 individual. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Derek. Are there any questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Berkshire Roots LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Berkshire Roots LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Derek, Calyx Peak of Massachusetts Incorporated.
Yep, the licensee here is Calyx Peak of Massachusetts Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 3 adult use licenses and requesting to add 1 individual and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Are there questions or comments on this license application for change of ownership? Thank you. Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Calyx Peak of Massachusetts Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Camargo made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Calyx Peak of Massachusetts Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Derek, CCE is CCE Cat LLC.
Yep, the licensee here is CCE Cat LLC, seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 2 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Derek. Are there any questions or comments on this license application for change of ownership? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for CCE Cat LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for CCE Cat LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Derek, Elevated Cultivation Co. LLC.
Yes, we have the licensee here is Elevated Cultivation Co. LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use licenses and are requesting to add 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Derek. Are there any questions or comments on this license application for change of control? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue it or to approve change of ownership for Elevated Cultivation Company LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please? Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation of change of ownership for Elevated Cultivation Company or Co. LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is Elevated Roots LLC. Mr. Chamberlain.
The licensee here is Elevated Roots LLC. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 1 adult use license and are requesting to add 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments on this staff recommendation for change of ownership for Elevated Roots LLC? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Elevated Roots LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Elevated Routes LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Margot, Conception, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman were not opposed. Can you guys hear? There seems to be a little static. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, next up, Healthy Farms, Inc.
The licensee here is Healthy Farms Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 3 adult use licenses and 2 MTC licenses, and requesting to add 8 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? Commissioner Stebbins.
Sure, Mr. Chair, and perhaps the executive director can help me out with this one. This applicant for change of ownership had a notice of deficiency as part of the packet, and it obviously gets to something that's, it's a notice of deficiency that's mindful about changes of ownership. As well as it included, obviously, a cure so that this deficiency doesn't happen again. Mr. Executive Director, just because I think I'm seeing one of these for the first time, can you kind of walk through what might be the background on this case, or Mr. Chamberlain? This is a case of compliance with some new regs or awareness of some new regs, but obviously it does get to the issue of adding some additional ownership or folks in direct or indirect control.
Mr. Executive Director, you want to take that?
Sure, I'd be happy to attempt to answer it with some generalizations about, I think, how we would interpret or include a licensee with a history, as well as how we may incorporate I guess I don't want to interpret this change of ownership as being the cure, but instead that there was historically there had been an issue with this particular licensee. It was a compliance matter that was cured by the licensee, and I don't want that to be misinterpreted as being something that resulted in an enforcement action considered by the commission. But as you may know, a notice of deficiency is something that is routinely used to identify a question regarding compliance. Certainly want to provide the commission as much information and notice as possible. Sometimes during the course of a cure proposal as well, and as far as the notice of deficiency is concerned, folks may attempt to add individuals to specific roles that may result in control, and then other licensees may consider bringing in additional entities to assist as well. But on this particular instance, we're happy to recommend the change of ownership, notwithstanding the history, but also want to be careful not to tie the deficiency to the change itself as well. So providing as much information as possible. Each one is going to be, each notice of deficiency is going to be very case specific too. So want to be mindful of that. But I want to be careful not to get too far into specifics in the event that future instances may result in returning to the commission, and also not divulging too much publicly regarding what could be either ongoing or now resolved investigations.
But to be explicit, thank you, Mr. Executive Director, but to be explicit, the opinion of enforcement staff is that the deficiency has been cured prior to our consideration of this change of ownership. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have other questions or concerns?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns before I ask for a motion? Then I think if I'm correct, we're up to Commissioner Roy. Would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Healthy Farms Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Chairman, before
Yes.
did you just say by Commissioner Roy? I thought, was it a condition that Commissioner Stebbins brought?
No, he did not ask for a condition, but this is the blanket condition. The reference I was making was to the blanket condition that Commissioner Roy has asked for on all of these changes of ownership. So let me do it again just for the record, please, if it's okay, Commissioner Camargo.
Yes, please.
I think I'm up to, Commissioner Roy, I'm going to ask you to make your motion again. The motion I'm asking you to make is to approve the staff recommendation to on change of ownership for Healthy Farms Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Again, let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Healthy Farms Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, M3 Ventures Incorporated.
Yes, the licensee here is M3 Ventures Incorporated, seeking a change of ownership and control of 5 adult use licenses and 2 MTC licenses, and requesting to add 3 individuals and 1 entity. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments on the staff recommendation on this licensee? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for M3 Ventures Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for M3 Ventures Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Mission MA Incorporated.
The licensee here is Mission MA Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 4 adult use licenses and 1 MTC license, and requesting to add 8 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamberlain. Are there questions or comments on this application for change of ownership? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mission MA Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Mission MA Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, is New England Cannabis Corporation Incorporated.
The licensee here is New England Cannabis Corporation Incorporated, seeking a change of ownership and control of 2 adult use licenses and requesting to add 8 individuals and 2 entities. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments on this license application for change of ownership? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for New England Cannabis Corporation Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for New England Cannabis Corporation Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, PharmaCannabis Massachusetts Incorporated.
The licensee here is PharmaCannabis Massachusetts Incorporated. They're seeking a change of ownership and control of 4 adult use licenses and 3 MTC licenses, and are requesting to add 2 individuals. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend review and decision on this request, and if approved, do request your approval be subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments on this license application for change of ownership? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Pharmacanis Massachusetts Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Excuse me. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on change of ownership for Pharmacanis Massachusetts Incorporated by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Mr. Chamberlain, are there any other changes of ownership for the commission to consider at this point in time?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Let's move on then to renewals. So this is going to take just a little bit of time. We've got a lot of them, but let me start by acknowledging that Commissioner Camargo has asked for an opportunity to make a comment on the renewals. Is that correct, Commissioner Camargo?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to go ahead now, or you want to do this after we go through?
Yes. I have a question for the executive director.
We thought I thought I was letting you go, Sean, but I guess I'm not. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Sean, are you going to make some comments later? I wanted to.
He is.
Okay, so he's going to go after. Okay, that's fine. So I'll go. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Sean. I'll be brief. There's a lot of renewals. I'll be very transparent. There's some that are commenced, there's some that are not, right? There's a lot of folks who are in the process, have their license, but are still have not commenced operations. So you see this list, but there's a bucket of folks that just have not commenced. So, you know, they're continuing their journey. I just want to give a quick, I don't have any conditions this month. I want to give quick kudos to the renewal team behind the scenes, Annie, Sarah, Rebecca, who review these renewals, and it's timely. I found out how many hours it takes to review the first round of applications and then renewals and so on. So I just want to say thank you to them. Quick shout out to caregivers. They've been doing a lot of work in the Fitchburg area with a lot of multiple donations. We just want to say thank you. Rise Holdings have had a lot of educational clinics throughout their renewal process. Rise Holding, I just want to say that your diversity plan is very clear, very concise, very organized. And you know, we go through hundreds of these, so it's very nice to see something just very simple. Silver Therapeutics, they recently had done some expungement clinics, and sometimes, you know, Commissioner Roy, to your point and your condition, you know, we see this stuff in the provisional licenses in the beginning, and then we wonder, did they really do it? Did they really impact? How many folks did they do it, right? So it's really nice to read these renewals and see the data in terms of what they've done. The Green Lady has hired folks with Corys. Again, we, you know, say this at the provisional stage, you all put it in your diversity plans and positive impact plans, but it's nice to see folks that are actually hiring people with Corys. And like I've said in public, and I say it, you know, even again on this platform, you know, add that stuff to your renewal. Let us know that you've hired folks with Corey. Let us know your numbers. I've seen a lot of folks include in their renewals their participation with DBE vendors. So I want to just say thank you for that as well. And y'all gonna hear from Sean afterwards, but you know, renewals are very important, and you know, folks are waiting to the last minute to submit their applications for renewal, and I would plead with the public to not do that, because there's a lot of staff time behind the scenes, and you don't want to run the risk of not getting your application in on time at renewal. So that's my spiel on renewals.
Thank you. I didn't know you spoke Yiddish.
I speak a lot of languages, Chairman.
That's great. And Sean, you would like to comment afterwards, right? Is that correct? Okay. So we have, as I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, we have 118 renewals. I'm going to break them into 3 rosters. All of the adult use renewals other than quintuple G will be 1 roster. Quintuple G will be a roster by itself, and then the 6 medical renewals, which are quintuple I through quintuple N, will be the 3rd roster. So let me start actually with just the individual one. So quintuple G, which is Western Front LLC, Commissioner Camargo has asked requested to be recused from that vote. So let me propose that we take that one up first. So Commissioner Camargo, if you turn off your camera and microphone, please, temporarily. I would like to ask for a motion, please. I'm sorry, Derek, before I start going to the individual ones, do you have any comments overall on the roster of renewals or not?
No comments from me at this time, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So let me then ask the commission to consider the renewal for quintuple G, which is Western Front LLC. Unless there are any concerns or questions, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the renewal for quintuple G. Are there questions or concerns? Then Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation on renewal for Western Front LLC, MRR 205956?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Concepcion, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation on renewal for Western Front LLC by a vote of 4 in favor, Commissioners Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with Commissioner Camargo recused. Please rejoin us, Commissioner Camargo. Welcome back.
It's great to be back.
I bet you missed us for that minute.
I had
Okay.
FOMO.
I'm sorry?
I had FOMO, fear of missing out.
Okay, the second roster I'd like to ask the commission to consider for approval are the remainder of the adult use renewals, to be specific, A through quintuple F and quintuple H on these slides. Are there any concerns before I ask for a motion to approve that roster for renewal? Well, to welcome you back, Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to make a motion then to approve the roster of renewals for adult use, A through quintuple F and quintuple H?
So moved in the spirit of renewals.
Thank you. I'm sure that our note takers are going to make sure that gets included in next month's meeting minutes. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
I will second that motion.
Okay, thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the roster of renewals by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. The last roster for renewals are the 6 medical marijuana licenses, quintuple I through quintuple N. Are there any questions or concerns on these licenses before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue renewals to quintuple I through quintuple N on this roster?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner, I'm sorry. I just lost my track. Commissioner Camargo, you voted aye.
Yes.
Commissioner Concepcion, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue renewals to quintuple I through quintuple N by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Before I ask Sean to make some closing comments, Mr. Chamberlain, any other renewals for the commission to consider at this point in time?
Not at this time, Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Then please go ahead, Mr. Executive Director.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grateful to the commission for the opportunity to really piggyback off of what Commissioner Camargo had indicated. And so she, I think, was a bit of a preview of upcoming events as far as I'm concerned here, which is I'm seeing and continue to see, and I mentioned this to the commission a while back, a somewhat troubling trend of licensees, and I'm painting with a broad brush, and I apologize for that. A lot of our licensees are in fact compliant and timely filing their applications for renewal. But as a reminder to every licensee, you're obligated to file your renewal application within 60 days of the expiration of your license. The license date is the day that you pay your license fee. That's the issuance of your license when it becomes formal, and it's valid for a calendar year. So your license is effectively your livelihood here. And I'm seeing, again, as I indicated, a troubling trend of folks not filing within that 60-day time period. And an example I can offer you that is a problem for us as a staff as we try to process as many as possible. The agency and the commission did not meet in the month of December. We made every effort to claw as many applications forward to the November meeting to ensure that nobody's license lapsed during that period. But when folks are not applying within that 60-day window, it makes our job more difficult, if not impossible. And what we're also seeing is a growing trend of folks asking us to, well, can you just give me another month? That is not something that we're prepared and really authorized to allow. It's a commission decision. It's a commission vote as to the renewal of a license. And failure to comply with the 60-day window is a compliance matter as far as we're concerned. What we do offer for every licensee, and it's an automated system, so I'm confident that every licensee receives this notice, is 150 days prior to the expiration date of your license, you receive an automated message from the industry portal, Mass CIP. You then receive an update every 30 days thereafter, and the application is available to you 120 days out. So you effectively have 60 days to apply for that license. And we're seeing some folks, not all, and I want to be clear about this, not all, but enough that I'm compelled to bring it to your attention as the commission, but also implore our licensees, as this license is in fact your livelihood, to please submit timely applications to the agency. It allows our staff to review it for its entirety and provide the commission a complete record for your review, knowing that each of you have to go through this volume of licenses on a monthly basis. It also ensures that nothing falls through the cracks. For instance, you're required to submit relatively routine business documentation, including a certificate of good standing with the Secretary of the Commonwealth, a certificate of good standing with the Department of Revenue, and the ability to update any information that might be pertinent to the commission. If, for instance, you didn't receive the notice because your primary contact has changed, how are we to know if you haven't notified us of that change? So the primary contact receives that email from us 150 days in advance, and folks are still not applying within the 60-day window. Again, I would implore everybody to please pay close attention to those emails. Check your spam filters as well. There's a possibility it may go there. But I credit to our staff for doing their best to get folks on an agenda so licenses do not expire. But granting an extension on a month-to-month basis is a trend that cannot continue.
Thank you very much for that, Commissioner Roy.
Mr. Executive Director, thank you for bringing this issue to light. And it's a serious one, and it involves undue burden on our staff to help. Just two quick questions. Are you able to quantify a percentage of, or I know it's a growing trend, but I'm not sure if you're able to quantify it. And should late fees be a discussion that we should be having in the future?
So to quantify it, I don't know. I guess what I can tell you my experience and how I view this, and I want to give our staff the credit. They haven't complained to me this is a pain in the butt for us to do. I think they lead, and credit to Kyle Potvin, he leads this charge as far as his staff is concerned. There's a customer service angle that they approach this job with. And so when folks do reach out and express a challenge, they're happy to engage and find a way to make this work for folks. I happen to audit the licensing mailbox, the general email mailbox, often enough, probably to Kyle's chagrin. I'm sure he's not thrilled about my periodic audits. And I see those interactions of we're trying to get our certificate of good standing with the Department of Revenue. Can you give us another month? That tells me that you're already behind and tardy. So order of magnitude is probably going to be less than 10 on a monthly basis. So given the volume you just considered, I don't think this is a broad issue. I think it's enough, though, that we're having to chase these folks. And I think this is a compliance matter, as I noted. To your question as far as fees, I think there's a few things that the commission could certainly put on the table. One of the things we're considering, again, with a customer service perspective, is perhaps allowing multiple contacts and email addresses in the file. So that way the email goes to 2 people instead of just 1. Having a sole point of contact is important for us, who controls this license, but you can always have an alternate backup to ensure that there's no lapse or lag. And it just so happens that sometimes the data is input incorrectly. So it's a wrong email address, it's a typographical error. It may also be that that person no longer works there. It was your lawyer that submitted your application and they're the primary contact, not the CEO or the GM. So there's a few things that are on the table. I think certainly there's a punitive approach, which is there's a late fee, so to speak. There also might be some customer service things that we want to do and allow folks just to get this information in. The more time they give us, the better we're able to present to you, the commission, a complete application and a fulsome review. So, but thank you for raising. I think it's something that ought to be on the table at some point.
Thank you. If there are no other comments on renewals, let's move on. The next set of licenses to be considered are final licenses. So let me just summarize. We have 16 final licenses, 13 adult use, and 3 MTCs. Mr. Chamberlain, are there comments you wish to make before I ask for approval of the 2 rosters, the adult use and the medical roster?
Nope, not at this time, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, I'd like to propose that we consider 2 rosters for final licenses. And by the way, I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on these licenses, nor am I aware of any requests for recusal. Is that correct? Then I would like to ask for consideration of a roster of the adult use license applications A through M. Are there any questions or comments before I ask for a motion to approve that roster? Then I think up to you, Commissioner Stebbins, would you make a motion, please, to approve staff recommendation to issue final licenses to companies A through M on this roster?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved staff recommendation to issue final licenses to companies A through M on this roster by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. The second roster I'd ask the commission to consider for final licenses are the 3 MTCs N through P on this roster. Are there any concerns or questions before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve staff recommendation to issue final licenses to companies N through P on this roster?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approves staff recommendation to issue final licenses to companies N through P on this roster by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Mr. Chairman, are there any additional final licenses to be considered by the commission at this point in time?
Not at this time, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's move on to provisional licenses. First question for the commission is, it's 12:39. I know for sure I am not going to be able to make it through this entire roster without essentially losing all of my functioning brain cells. So I think we have 2 choices, and I'm open-minded. We can take a lunch break right now, take a half hour, and then refresh, come back and go through the entire roster, or we can get started on the roster and take a break sometime in the middle. What's the preference of my fellow commissioners?
I prefer starting.
Getting started, not taking a break now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that looks like everybody else is nodding their head. That's fine. So I'm going to reserve the right to ask for a recess, as I said, as soon as my brain cells stop functioning. But let's get started. Before we get started, I know that Commissioner Stebbins had asked to make some comments. Or your comments before or after the roster, Commissioner?
I can make some of those comments before, I think, and they'll be real quick.
Okay.
First of all, I think we talked about it. It was great to see the diversity of applicants being considered for provisional applications. As you pointed out, Mr. Chair, a number of testing laboratories, micro businesses, delivery operators. As I've pointed out before, I get a little disappointed when there's some cut and paste activity among some of the applicants. I only found one case of that this time. But what I was excited about was several of the diversity plans offered by our applicants focused on supplier diversity and opportunities for equity ownership. As we know, we instituted and voted on a new diversity plan guidance last year. And, you know, it's my hope, or I'm hoping the culmination of that work is that provisional applicants are looking to the recommendations in that guidance, and it's becoming part of the final plans that we're seeing. So I thank the great team that worked on that updated guidance. I hope it's beginning to bear fruit, at least as we're seeing in the provisional applications. I would also encourage our applicants that are focused on supplier diversity to reach out to our colleagues at the Mass Supplier Diversity Office to help find those certified disadvantaged business owners that may become their partners as they move forward. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Thank you very much. Any other opening comments before we get started? Just to quantify some of the points that Commissioner Stebbins just made. So, but by my count, and I hope it's accurate, we have among the 41 provisional license applications, 2 delivery couriers, 7 delivery operators, 2 independent testing labs, 3 micro businesses, 4 outdoor cultivation applications, which is nice to see. 10 of the applicants, and there's some overlap between that list and what I'm going to go through now. 10 of the applicants are economic empowerment applicants. 5 are social equity program participants. 4 are disadvantaged business enterprises, minority-owned businesses. 1 are disadvantaged business enterprises, women-owned businesses, and 3 are DBEs owned by veterans. So more diversity. We still obviously know we have a lot of work to do, but it's good to see the diversity both in terms of the kind of licenses being applied for as well as the applicants themselves. So I consider that good news, but I certainly know we have more work to go. Okay, let's get started. The first 2 applications are co-located. Alchemy League applying for both a marijuana courier and a marijuana delivery operator. These are both economic empowerment applications. So we'll go through one summary, Derek, and then we'll have 2 separate discussions. Both, yes, Commissioner Roy?
So like I did last meeting, Mr. Chairman, around RVT training, there is a condition applied to all, like we did last meeting.
I don't have that in your notes. I have you do have a request for a blanket condition for I'm sorry, I missed it. I apologize.
Okay.
I saw what you said, which is RVT training blanket condition, and I assumed it applied to the RVT license. We did it last month. No, my fault, and thank you for pointing that out. So let me read the blanket condition that Commissioner Roy has requested for all provisional licenses. Specifically, prior to performing job functions, all provisional licensees shall ensure that all current marijuana establishment, medical treatment center, and independent testing laboratory agents involved in the handling or sale of marijuana for adult and medical use shall have attended and successfully completed a basic core curriculum of the responsible vendor training program to be designated a responsible vendor and provide a certificate of completion to the commission upon request. In addition, all newly hired employees involved in the handling or sale of marijuana or marijuana products must also successfully complete the basic core curriculum of the responsible vendor training program within 90 days of hire in compliance with 935 CMR 500.1052 or 935 CMR 501.1052. Are there any questions or concerns? And again, I'm just going to, if we're comfortable with this, ask the record to show that this condition is by inference applied to every provisional license that we consider. Are there any concerns with the proposed condition? Okay. Thank you. Again, my apologies for the misreading of your title. I should have read the entire title instead of the first three words. So my fault. My apologies.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, the first two applications to consider are from Alchemy League for both marijuana courier and marijuana delivery operator. My understanding is that these are co-located, Mr. Chamberlain. So we'll have one summary, but then two separate votes. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, then please go ahead.
The applicant here is Alchemy League. The proposed location is 15 Main Street, located in Holyoke, Massachusetts. They're seeking both a marijuana courier and marijuana delivery operator license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am aware of a request for additional conditions on this license, on these two licenses, separately from Commissioner Stebbins. So let's begin with the first application, DOA 100144, marijuana courier. The additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins on this license is prior to final application for licensures, identify any hiring goals for LGBTQ residents. Are there any questions, concerns, or requests for additional conditions on this license before I ask for a motion? Okay, and again, just to be explicit, all of the provisional licenses that we will consider include the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy, so I won't repeat myself 41 times. That being said, could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alchemy League for a marijuana courier license subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins? Could I ask for such a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask for a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let's show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approved staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alchemy League for marijuana courier, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next, the second application from Alchemy League, this one for marijuana delivery operator. And again, I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensures, identify any individual hiring goals for women, minorities, veterans, and individuals with disabilities and LGBTQ residents. Are there any additional conditions requested or questions or comments on this application? Then could I ask please for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alchemy League for marijuana delivery operator, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. Could I ask for such a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask for a second, please, Commissioner Roy?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Alchemy League for marijuana delivery operator, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Aspen Blue Mashpee Incorporated.
The applicant here is Aspen Blue Mashpee Incorporated. The proposed location is 14 Wags Road, located in Mashpee, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am aware of a request by Commissioner Stebbins for 2 additional conditions on this license. First, prior to final application for licensure, and we're on, just want to make sure, prior to final application for licensures, identify organizations intended to receive contributions through annual donation to the Cape Cod Canal Regional Chamber of Commerce. And then second, requested additional condition, prior to final application for licensure, align diversity plan career advancement program with career advancement program measurement and accountability. Commissioner Roy, I know that you've requested a condition on Aspen Blue Wareham, the next license coming up, but do you have, is there a condition you would like on the current Mashpee license or not?
Mr. Chairman, my condition is extremely similar to Commissioner Stebbins, so I'm willing to withdraw my condition on Aspen Blue Wareham.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'll make that note. Thank you. Are there other conditions requested or questions or comments on this application? Then Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Aspen Blue Mashpee Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Aspen Blue Mashpee Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Aspen Blue Wareham Incorporated. I've always been curious. Is this, how do you pronounce this for those longtime matches? Is it Wareham or Wareham?
Wareham.
I believe it's Wareham.
Wareham.
I'm gonna. Since Sean's been in politics for his entire adult life, what's your thought, Sean?
To avoid the community impronunciation altogether. So it's not offensive.
That's why you've had such a great career in politics, Sean. Okay, I'm sorry, Derek, for that interruption. Could you please go ahead with that?
Stay focused. Stay focused.
Certainly. The applicant here is Aspen Blue Wareham Incorporated. The proposed location is 8 Elm Street, located in Wareham, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. And based upon the prior comment by Commissioner Roy, I'm just going to add the 2 conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins on this application specifically. Prior to final application for licensure, identify organizations intended to receive contributions through annual donation to the Cape Cod Canal Regional Chamber of Commerce. And the second additional requested condition, prior to the final application for licensure, align diversity plan career advancement program with career advancement program measurement and accountability. Are there other conditions requested on this license or questions or comments? Okay, then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Aspen Blue Wareham Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Aspen Blue Wareham Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Assured Testing Laboratories LLC, an independent testing lab, which was expedited based upon the type of license. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
Yep, the applicant here is Assured Testing Laboratories LLC. The proposed location is 300 Potash Hill Road, Suite A. located in Tingsboro, Massachusetts. They're seeking an independent testing lab license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of requests for additional conditions on this license, but are there any or questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Camargo, could I please ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Assure Testing Laboratories LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you please second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Assure Technology Laboratories LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Bud Bus Incorporated, which is an economic empowerment applicant for marijuana delivery operator. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Bud Bus Incorporated. The proposed location is 24 William Way, located in Bellingham, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins to add an additional condition to this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, please clarify how donation to Brain Aneurysm Foundation will disproportionately impact communities and individuals. Are there other requests for additional conditions, comments, or questions on this application? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bud Bus Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Bud Bus Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Canada Live Genetics LLC, which is a micro business, and this was expedited based on license type. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Canada Live Genetics LLC. The proposed location is 532 Main Street, Suite 301, located in Holyoke, Massachusetts. They're seeking a microbusiness license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have requests from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions on this license. From Commissioner Camargo, there are 3 requested additional conditions. First, for diversity plan, prior to final license, applicant to review DBE vendor goals and resubmit. For the PIP, prior to final license, applicant to provide letters of support from nonprofit organizations. And then third, I got a request. I'm sorry, there are 2 conditions and a request for a comment. So please go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So my comment is just, and I don't know if I'm anticipating Commissioner Stebbins' condition, because I think he may have a condition as well, but.
Do you want me to read it first, and then you can?
Yes, please.
So let me read the requested condition for Commissioner Stebbins. Prior to final application for licensures, identify any supplier goals for disability-owned business enterprises. So go ahead, Camargo.
Okay, all right. I just want, my quick comment is that in their positive impact plan, so if they're listening, in goal 1, they talk about doing some outreach and working with folks who have had spouse or parents in prison in terms of their goal. But I just want to say as a comment, also think about siblings. I know that it's not part of our social equity language, but but just want to put it out there. Sometimes there are folks that, you know, and may not have that parent or spouse in prison or had a prior conviction, but they do have a sibling. So I want them to think about that. And I know that they are making a donation to BAMFest, which is in Boston, and it's you know, miles away from Holyoke. I had to sort of think about it a little bit, and I see the correlation in terms of why they're doing it. And they're also giving to Theater Offensive. So I just want to say thank you for giving to the arts. I think it's always one of those, I guess, subjects that folks don't give as much to. So I just want to say thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. So once again, I have requests from Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins for additional conditions, which I've read. Are there any other requested conditions on this license or comments or questions? Then Commissioner Roy, then could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Canalive Genetics LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Camargo and Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Canalive Genetics LLC, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins and Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Climb Cannabis LLC.
If the applicant here is Climb Cannabis LLC, the proposed location is 70 Jefferson Place, located in Pittsfield, Massachusetts. They're seeking a product manufacturing license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo for an additional condition on this license, specifically for the PIP prior to final license applicant to review women, minority, and LGBTQ hiring numbers and resubmit. Are there other conditions requested on this license or questions or comments? Okay, then could I ask, I think we're up to Commissioner Stebbins. Could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Climb Cannabis LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Can I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Climb Cannabis LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Camargo by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Community Growth Partners Delivery Incorporated, doing business as Community Growth Partners, which is a marijuana delivery operator. And this is an economic empowerment applicant. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Community Growth Partners Delivery Incorporated, doing business as Community Growth Partners. The proposed location is 20 Ladd Avenue, located in Northampton, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there any conditions requested, questions or comments? Then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Community Growth Partners Delivery Incorporated, doing business as Community Growth Partners?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo, Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to DB Delivery MA LLC, or excuse me, Community Growth Partners Delivery Incorporated DBA, doing business as Community Growth Partners by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Just got ahead of myself. I'm sorry. So the next one up, Mr. Chamberlain, is DB Delivery MA LLC, doing business as Doobie. And this is also a marijuana delivery operator applications and an economic empowerment applicant. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is DB Delivery Massachusetts LLC, doing business as Doobie. The proposed location is 4 Recovery Road, located in Wareham, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there any or questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to DB Delivery MA, doing business LLC, doing business as Doobie?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion to approve was made by Commissioner Concepcion and seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to DB Delivery MA LLC, doing business as Doobie by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Delivered Incorporated, again, a marijuana delivery operator, and this was expedited as the applicant is a social equity program participant. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
Yep, the applicant here is Delivery Incorporated. The proposed location is 101 North Bridge Street, located in Holyoke, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the commission's review and consideration. Therefore, commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to the final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there any additional conditions requested, questions or comments on this application? Then I think if I'm right, could I ask Commissioner Roy, please, to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Delivered Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Delivered Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, yes, I'm sorry.
I have a quick point of information for you.
Yes.
So I have a correction to be made at Canna Live. My question to you is, do you want me to tell you now, or do you want to just wait to the end?
Let's go back and if I miss something, let's address it now. So go ahead. What is your point of correction?
So I wanted to, on the conditions, did we include, and I believe we did because I sent it to you, for them to add their nonprofit partnership letters?
No, let me see. Hold on a second if I missed that. On Canna Live, here's what I've got from you, Commissioner Camargo, and obviously if it's incorrect or you need to amend it, it's fine. So I had, you asked to make a comment, which you did, but then you had 2 conditions that I read. First, with respect to the diversity plan, prior to final license, applicant to review DBE vendors' goals and resubmit. That was the first condition. Second was for the PIP, prior to final license, applicant to provide letters of support from nonprofit organizations.
Okay, so can we strike that? Because I have some fact finders all the time, which is great, and I must have not seen their letters of support in their file. So they're actually in there, so I do not want to put that condition when it's not true.
Okay.
Right? I just got some
Okay.
information.
No, thank you for that catch, and whoever is doing fact finding for you, kudos to them.
I'm telling you, the staff is on it, so
this is the staff. I thought it was one of your outside fact finders that you employ to keep me honest.
No, I do employ people outside of here to keep you honest, but
How's that going, by the way?
It's going pretty good. I had sent the conditions to you, and I CC'd some folks, so Suko just sent me a sort of an update. So
okay, that's fine. So let's go ahead. Can I, General Counsel, can I just ask for a new motion, or do we have to undo the previous vote?
Yeah.
That was not a yes or no question. That was an either or question.
Yeah. So I think.
By the way, guys, this is making it really clear to me that we need to take a lunch break relatively quickly. But go ahead, please.
I think for the sake of clarity, Chair, I would suggest that you do a new motion. That way you can be clear on the record.
That's fine, but I don't need to. Do I need to undo the previous motion or the previous vote?
So I think the ED would like for you to undo the previous vote as part of as well, because that's what he's indicating. Yep.
Okay, so can we go ahead? Could either Sean or Christine, either of you, could you propose motion language for the commission?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to procedurally. So this is cantilever genetics, item G on the agenda.
Yeah, and again, there will be conditions once we take a vote. There will be conditions from Commissioner Stebbins and one condition from Commissioner Camargo.
So the way to handle this would be to reconsider. So the motion would be to reconsider item G, cantilever genetics LLC. Okay. Once that motion is seconded and subsequently approved, that's then back on the table.
Okay, so that's fine. So the answer was that we have to do both, undo it and then redo it. So that's fine.
Thank you. Motion to reconsider.
Yeah, okay, so I would appreciate then if we could have a motion to reconsider the provisional license application of, we're talking about cantilever genetics. Could I ask Commissioner Camargo to make such a motion? To reconsider cantilever, and then we'll again, after you make this motion, we take a vote, then we will reconsider it. But right now the motion is just to reconsider it. So
do you want me to say that to reconsider?
Yes, I would like you to, well, you can just say that you make the motion. I'd like you to make a motion to reconsider the provisional license application for cantilever genetics.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to reconsider the license for cantilever genetics.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. So let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commissioner approved the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. I would now like to ask, and again, I'll ask you, Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to cantilever genetics, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins and the one condition requested by Commissioner Camargo, specifically prior to final license applicant to review DB vendors' goals and resubmit. So could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved, and thank you.
Sure, no problem. Thank you for catching this. And thank you to staff who helped you catch it. Commissioner Concepcion, could I have a second to that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission or approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to cantilever. Excuse me. Let me just get back to that. Cantilever Genetics LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Okay, guys. That's it. We're taking a break. It is 1:14. Can we do a half hour? Would that work for everybody for lunch?
Can you give us that extra minute? Get us
I'm giving you 31 minutes because I'm so generous. So we are recessed until 1:45 p.m. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hurry up and eat.
Go Suco.
Quickly.
Okay, cameras off, guys. Commissioners Roy, Concepcion, Camargo, are you back?
I am here, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, Commissioner Camargo. There you go. Commissioner Roy. Okay, Derek, you're back. Okay, it is 1:45 p.m. We are back in session. Look, this is obviously going to be a very long meeting. Obviously, should have been anticipated given that we missed a month. But I just wanted to thank both commissioners, staff, and the public for hanging in because we got a lot more work to do. So just wanted to set that expectation. But thank you all for keeping up your energy and focus. Derek, you ready to go again?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so next up, there are 3 co-located applications for EC developments, Tier 4 indoor cultivation, product manufacturing, and retail. So 1 summary and then 3 separate discussions and votes. Please go ahead, Derek.
Okay, the applicant here is EC Developments. The proposed location is 1385 Bernardston Road, located in Greenfield, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation, product manufacturing, and retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Derek. I have requests from both Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins for additional conditions. Commissioner Concepcion has made it very clear that her conditions apply to all 3 of these licenses. Commissioner Stebbins, is that the case for you as well?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. So again, before we consider any of these, let me read the requested conditions. First one, Commissioner Stebbins, prior to final application for licensure, consider second goal under positive impact plan to include more than hiring. And from Commissioner Concepcion, her request for additional condition is as follows. Prior to final licensure, review positive impact plan and any strategy for outreach to residents of Greenfield, a designated area of disproportionate impact for employment, and provide any update. Are there any other requests for additional conditions on these licenses? Questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Let's go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. I just wanted to add a comment because this came up during our November meeting for applicants who are coming forward and who plan to operate within an area that has been identified by the Commission as being disproportionately impacted by cannabis prohibition enforcement. And this is an example of that. They're located in Greenfield, so I just want this applicant to consider the benefits that they can give to the community where they plan to be operational in. So I just wanted to clarify that and reiterate that because that was a message we hit on in November, and this is an example of that continuing to happen. So I think we would all like to see less of that and more of a commitment to the communities where these businesses will be taking place.
Sure, that makes sense. Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions or requests for additional conditions? Okay, again, my request to my fellow commissioners, please get yourself off mute as we go through the vote. First, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license for EC developments for Tier 4 indoor cultivation, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins. Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record sure that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license for EC developments for Tier 4 indoor cultivation, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins. By 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Next up, another provisional license for EC developments for product manufacturing. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to EC developments for product manufacturing, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins? Could I have such a motion, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to EC Developments for product manufacturing, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioner Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, EC Developments for retail. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to EC Developments for retail, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins? Commissioner Roy, would you make such a motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to EC Developments for retail, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioners Concepcion and Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Ember Gardens Delivery LLC, marijuana delivery operator. This was expedited as the applicant is a social equity program participant. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Ember Gardens Delivery LLC. The proposed location is 11 Charlotte Court, located in Middleborough, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, confirm that ages of students for internship program under positive impact plan will be over the age of 21. Are there additional requests for conditions or questions or comments on this license application? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ember Gardens Delivery LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ember Gardens Delivery LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Flying Goose LLC, doing business as Dazed Cannabis.
Yep, the applicant here is Flying Goose LLC, doing business as Dazed Cannabis. The proposed location is 286 Webster Street, located in Douglas, Massachusetts. They are seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamberlain. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically, prior to final application for licensure, verify any hiring goal for women. Are there other conditions or questions or comments on this license? Then Commissioner Camargo, could I please ask you for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Flying Goose LLC, doing business as Dazed Cannabis, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Camargo, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approves the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Flying Goose LLC, doing business as Dazed Cannabis by a vote, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up are two applications co-located for Ganor LLC, one for Tier 1 indoor cultivation, second for product manufacturing. These applications were expedited given the applicant status as social equity program participant. Mr. Chamberlain, please go ahead.
Yep, the applicant here is Ganor LLC. Proposed location is 60 Damon Road, located in Northampton, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation and product manufacturing license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamberlain. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on both of these license applications, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review diversity hiring goals and projected number of employees and provide any updates. Are there any additional conditions requested on either of these two license applications, or questions or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ganor LLC for Tier 1 indoor cultivation, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ganor LLC for Tier 1 indoor cultivation, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is the second application from Ganor LLC for product manufacturing. Again, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. Could I have a motion, please, to approve the staff recommendation subject to that condition, please? Commissioner, let's see, where are we at? I think Commissioner Roy, you're up. Could you make that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Excuse me. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Ganor LLC for product manufacturing, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Greater Goods LLC, which is a micro business and was therefore expedited based upon the type of license. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
Yep, the applicant here is Greater Goods LLC. The proposed location is 445 Miles Standish Boulevard, located in Taunton, Massachusetts. They're seeking a microbusiness license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider a strategy for outreach to residents of host disproportionate impact designated community of Taunton for employment and provide any update. Comparable to the comment that Commissioner Concepcion made previously. Are there any additional conditions requested or comments or questions on this license? Then Commissioner Stebbins, could I please ask you to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Greater Goods LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Armory Laboratory, or excuse me, to Greater Goods LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Green Armory Laboratories Incorporated, an independent testing laboratory and therefore expedited based upon license type. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Green Armory Laboratories Incorporated. The proposed location is 124 West Boylston Street, located in Worcester, Massachusetts. They're seeking an independent testing laboratory license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for a condition here, but I know you've changed the language you submitted to me, so would you go ahead and articulate your requested condition, please, Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome this application for an ITL from a veteran business enterprise. The language I'd like to suggest is prior to final application for licensure, consider second goal to diversity plan.
Okay, so change the word provide to consider it. That's fine. Are there additional conditions requested on this license or questions or comments? Great. Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Armory Laboratories Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I have a second, please, Commissioner Concepcion?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record show Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Armory Laboratories Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Ms. Chemlin, Green Patriot LLC, Tier 2 Outdoor Cultivation. Please go ahead.
The applicant here is Green Patriot LLC. The proposed location is 110 Bullard's Crossing, located in Hinsdale, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any additional conditions requested on this license. Are there conditions or questions or comments? Then Commissioner Concepcion, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Patriot LLC for Tier 2 Outdoor Cultivation?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Green Patriot LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Happy Flower LLC, a micro business and therefore expedited by license type.
The applicant here is Happy Flower LLC. The proposed location is 41 Fremont Street, located in Worcester, Massachusetts. They're seeking a micro business license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there conditions, questions, or comments before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Happy Flower LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Happy Flower LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Healing Calyx LLC, doing business as Green Rush Delivery, which is a marijuana courier. Mr. Chamberlain, please go ahead.
The applicant
I'm sorry,
here is,
I should mention this is prioritized as an economic empowerment applicant. I apologize. Please go ahead.
it's okay. The applicant here is Healing Calyx LLC, doing business as Green Rush Delivery. The proposed location is 380 Dwight Street, located in Holyoke, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana courier license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and consider a strategy for outreach to residents of disproportionate impact designated community of Holyoke for employment and provide any update. Are there additional questions, comments, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Healing Calyx LLC doing business as Green Rush Delivery, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman? Aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Healing Calyx LLC doing business as Green Rush Delivery, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Cushcart LLC, a marijuana delivery operator, and this is prioritized based upon the applicant's status as an economic empowerment applicant. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Cushcart LLC. The proposed location is 120 Holmes Road, located in Eastham, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there any conditions, questions, or comments before I ask for a motion? Then could I ask Commissioner Camargo, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cushcart LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Cushcart LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is LC Square LLC, which is Tier 9 outdoor cultivation, and therefore this application was expedited based upon license type. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is LC Square LLC. The proposed location is 173 Howland Street, located in Adams, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this license application. Are there conditions, questions, or comments? Then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to LC Square LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to LC Square LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Leaf Lux Incorporated, which is retail. Please go ahead.
This applicant here is Leaf Lux Group Incorporated. The proposed location is 40 Lyman Street, located in Holyoke, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Roy for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure and to achieve your stated diversity goals. Please review your diversity plan under programs, namely Section A, to also include veterans in the stated language and posting quarterly employment advertisements. Are there any other conditions on this request on this license, or questions or comments? Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment. As just, from my seat as the Public Safety Commissioner, I wanted to highlight this applicant just because they have gone the extra step within their plans around security infrastructure and are already collaborating with Holyoke Police, the Holyoke Police Department, and plan to regularly communicate and make sure that their plans are in line and meet the approval of that police department. So I think it's always good to see that. I encourage that for our other applicants as well. But I just wanted to highlight that and say, that I commend them and that it's really, really good to see, because we want to have that sort of communication and making sure that these plans are in a way that is agreeable also to the local law enforcement.
Great. Thank you very much for that. And thank you to the applicant. Are there any other questions or comments before I ask for a motion? Then I think we're up to you, Commissioner Stebbins, if I'm correct. Could you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Leaf Lux Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. I don't know what's going on with your microphone. You're barely audible, Commissioner Camargo.
Oh, that's not good.
Now you're better. Now you're better. So thank you.
Get closer. Okay.
Appreciate that. So have you said, I asked you second, you did second that motion. Did I hear you correctly?
Second.
Yes, thank you. So let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Could I have your vote, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show that the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Leaf Lux Group Incorporated, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Roy by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up are 2 co-located applications from Legal Greens LLC, one for Tier 1 indoor cultivation, second for product manufacturing. The applicant here is an economic empowerment applicant, so receive priority treatment. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Legal Greens LLC. Proposed location is 93 Pleasant Street, located in Brockton, Massachusetts. They're seeking cultivation and product manufacturing licenses. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamberlain. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for 2 additional conditions on both of these applications. First, prior to final application for licensure, consider second goal under positive impact plan. Second, prior to final application for licensure, identify targets for recruiting individuals with disabilities for diversity programs. Are there any additional conditions requested or comments or questions? Okay, then Commissioner Camargo, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Legal Greens LLC for Tier 1 indoor cultivation, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Legal Greens LLC for Tier 1 indoor cultivation by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up is a second application, co-located application for Legal Greens LLC for product manufacturing. Again, subject to the 2 additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins. Could I ask for a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license subject to those conditions? Commissioner Concepcion, would you make that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Legal Greens LLC for product manufacturing, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Lucky Green Ladies LLC, a marijuana delivery operator, and this application was expedited based upon both their status as a social equity applicant as well as a woman-owned business. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Lucky Green Ladies LLC. The proposed location is 394 Old Colony Road, located in Norton, Massachusetts. They're seeking a marijuana delivery operator license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, the Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this application. Are there conditions, comments, or questions? Then, Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Lucky Green Ladies LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that the motion was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Lucky Green Ladies LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Look, the end is in sight. The end is in sight. And then we only have about 20 more topics to cover after we're done with this. Okay, next up are two co-located applicants from Matroline Farms LLC. One is for Tier 1 indoor cultivation, second for product manufacturing. These two applications were expedited based upon their status as minority-owned business. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Matroline Farms LLC. The proposed location is 152 David Street, located in Douglas, Massachusetts. They're seeking cultivation and product manufacturing licenses. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any additional conditions being requested on this application. Are there any conditions, questions, or comments? Then, Commissioner Stebbins, would you please go ahead and make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Matroline Farms LLC for Tier 1 indoor cultivation?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Matroline Farms LLC for Tier 1 indoor cultivation by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. I think we're back to you, Commissioner Camargo. We'd like you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Matroline Farms LLC for product manufacturing. Would you do so, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Matroline Farms LLC for product manufacturing by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Northeast Select Harvest Corporation.
The applicant here is Northeast Select Harvest Corporation. The proposed location is 378-380 Highland Avenue, located in Somerville, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license. This applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm not aware of any conditions being requested on this application. Are there conditions, questions, or comments?
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
think I do have one for Northeast.
Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yeah, I know that. just a little bit. I apologize for that. So there is a request from Commissioner Stebbins to add an additional condition of this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, identify target communities for focus of positive impact plan programs. My apologies. Are there additional conditions or comments or questions on this application? Could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northeast Select Harvest Corporation, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Northeast Select Harvest Corporation, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up are two applications from Prime Tree LLC, Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation and Product Manufacturing, both co-located, and this applicant was prioritized based upon their status as an economic empowerment applicant. Mr. Chamberlain, please go ahead.
Yep, the applicant here is Prime Tree LLC. The proposed location is 4 Technology Way, located in Salem, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation and product manufacturing license. This applicant received priority review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware, this time I got it right, I'm not aware of any additional conditions requested on this application. Are there conditions, questions, or comments? Commissioner Roy, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Prime Tree LLC for Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show the motion to approve was made by Commissioner Roy, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Prime Tree LLC for Tier 3 Indoor Cultivation by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Commissioner Stebbins, could I ask you please to make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Prime Tree LLC for product manufacturing?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Prime Tree LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. Next up is Pudding Hill Farm LLC. This application, no, go ahead. I'm sorry. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Pudding Hill Farm LLC. The proposed location is 1 Julius Hall Road, Parcel A, located in Blandford, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this licensure, and I also have a request from Commissioner Camargo to make a comment. Would you like to go first, or should I read Commissioner Stebbins' request for condition, Commissioner Camargo?
Go Stebbins.
Okay, so the request for, thank you, the request for additional condition from Commissioner Stebbins is as follows. Prior to final application for licensure, consider second goal under positive impact plan to include more than mentoring. Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo, please.
Yeah, my comment's simple. I just wanted to kind of commend them for their vendor numbers. You could see that our diversity guidelines have been somewhat helpful, so I see it in this.
Great, thank you. Are there any other conditions besides the one I mentioned from Commissioner Stebbins? Questions or comments? Okay, then I think we're back to you, Commissioner Camargo. If you would please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pudding Hill Farm LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins.
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Camargo made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Concepcion. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Pudding Hill Farm LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. By a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Roster Roots LLC. This application was expedited given the applicant's status as a minority-owned business. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Roster Roots LLC. The proposed location is 21 Broad Street, located in Boston, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license, specifically prior to final application for licensure, revised diversity plan scholarship program to remove Cannabis Control Commission from candidate identification process. I must say, we've imposed a lot of conditions on licenses over the years. This is the first time this condition came up. So, are there other conditions, questions, or comments before I ask for a motion? Then Commissioner Concepcion. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I do.
Commissioner White, please go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment that I commend them in their positive impact plan for working with the Red Cross and doing blood drives to help, particularly around sickle cell anemia, and folks in communities. That was the first time I had ever read anything like that. I just want to point that out, and also their scholarship plan to provide a college student in a DIA with a scholarship, which I think it's wonderful. It's investing in the next generation, and I just want to commend them for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. Any other comments, questions, or requests for additional conditions on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Roster Roots LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. Would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Roster Roots LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins. By a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Revolutionary Clinics 2 Incorporated. Mr. Chamberlain, please go ahead.
The applicant here is Revolutionary Clinics 2 Incorporated. The proposed location is 130 Pioneer Drive, located in Leominster, Massachusetts. They're seeking a retail license, and this applicant received general review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Okay, thank you very much. I have requests from 3 commissioners for additional conditions on this license. First from Commissioner Stebbins. Prior to final application for licensure, identify how contribution to Cultivate Ed may assist applicants' Leominster operations. From Commissioner Camargo, for the PIP, prior to the final license applicant to submit clarification on what cohort will the $10,000 to Cultivate Ed impact. And then from Commissioner Roy, prior to final application for licensure, please review your diversity plan under goal number 2 to also consider veteran-owned companies. Are there additional conditions or requests for questions or comments on this license? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Revolutionary Clinics 2 Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins, Roy, and Camargo?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Revolutionary Clinics 2 Incorporated, subject to the additional conditions requested by Commissioner Stebbins, Roy, and Camargo. By a vote of 5 in favor, Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, and none opposed. Thank you very much. Next up, Sun and Soil Craft Cannabis LLC, which was expedited based upon the applicant status as a veteran-owned business. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Sun and Soil Craft Cannabis LLC. The proposed location is 24 Mountain Branch Road, located in Charlemont, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Stebbins for an additional condition on this license. Specifically, prior to final application for licensure, review positive impact plan and any strategy for outreach to residents of nearby disproportionately impacted designated community of Greenfield for employment and provide any update. Are there additional questions or comments or requests for additional conditions on this license? Okay, then could I ask Commissioner Concepcion, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sun and Soil Craft Cannabis LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy, could I ask you to second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let's record that Commissioner Concepcion made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Roy. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sun and Soil Craft Cannabis LLC, subject to the additional condition requested by Commissioner Stebbins by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you. Next up, Sunflower Meadows LLC, which is Tier 7 outdoor cultivation and therefore was expedited based upon the license type. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
The applicant here is Sunflower Meadows LLC. The proposed location is Lot 4, Randall Pond Industrial Park, parcel 129-6, located in Orange, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license, and this applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I am not aware of any requests for additional conditions on this license. Are there conditions, comments, or questions? Then could I ask Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to, Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sunflower Meadows LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Could I ask for a second, please, Commissioner Camargo?
Second.
Thank you. Let's make sure that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman. Aye. Let the record show that the Commission approved the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sunflower Meadows LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Next up, Sweetgrass Farms LLC, which was expedited based upon the applicant's status as a veteran. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
If the applicant here is Sweetgrass Farms LLC, the proposed location is 77 Spring Street, located in Plimpton, Massachusetts. They're seeking a cultivation license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive summary for the Commission's review and consideration. Therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much. I have a request from Commissioner Camargo to make a comment on this application. Please go ahead.
1 second, Chairman.
Sure.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I was looking at my notes. I just want to give them again, commend them on their vendor contractors. They've been doing a really good, I guess this is a provisional, so they're looking at DBEs. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Okay.
Thank
you very much. Are there any requests for conditions, questions, or comments on this license? I must confess I've completely lost track of who's supposed to do the honors here of making the motion. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Roy, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sweetgrass Farms LLC?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
I'll second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Yes, and I have an extra comment, and I will say that at the end. Aye.
Okay. I'll come back to you at the end. Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Sweetgrass Farms LLC by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Please go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Yeah, I'll be quick. They have an equity and profit sharing for employees, which I thought was interesting, and something out of the box and also innovative, and good to see in this industry.
Thank you very much.
Mhm.
Next up, Mr. Chamberlain, Town Meadow Farm, which is Tier 11 outdoor cultivation. This was expedited on 3 bases, both license type, the fact that it's a minority-owned business, and it's also a veteran-owned business. Please go ahead, Mr. Chamberlain.
If the applicant here is Town Meadow Farm, the proposed location is 124 Green Street, located in Leicester, Massachusetts. They are seeking a cultivation license. This applicant received expedited review. Additional information is contained within the executive report for the Commission's review and consideration. And therefore, Commission staff do recommend the issuance of a provisional license subject to the conditions before you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chamberlain. I'm not aware of any conditions being requested on this license. Are there conditions, comments, or questions? Then Commissioner Stebbins, would you please make a motion to approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Town Meadow Farm?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Stebbins made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Camargo. Commissioner Camargo, your vote, please.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the commission approve the staff recommendation to issue a provisional license to Town Meadow Farm by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman, with none opposed. Thank you. At this point, go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I'm kindly, respectfully requesting a 10-minute break.
Yeah, let me just, well, give me 30 seconds to wrap up this section, and absolutely.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chamberlain, are there any other provisional licenses for us to consider at this point in time?
Not at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
If I may, I would like to make one quick statement and just thank the Commission.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you. I would like to thank the Commission, the Executive Director, the Chief of Investigations and Enforcement, and of course the Director of Licensing for the opportunity today to present these licensing materials to you. I also want to acknowledge real quick just the enforcement team, excuse me, the investigators, licensing specialists and managers, and enforcement counsels, just for all their work today in preparing the materials for the meeting. And just to carry on the final theme that was touched on earlier in terms of anniversaries, today is actually my third anniversary here at the Commission. And
wow, congratulations.
Thank you. It's a great way to have it. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you for being here with us today and going through material. But I also want to make sure everybody recognizes that just being here today and reviewing the what we did is a small percentage of the work that goes in getting ready for these and doing the work around licensing. So thank you and the entire licensing staff for all that. I have a question for you, Mr. Chairman. Coming back next month or not?
Yeah, I think so. I think we might see a smaller agenda next month. So yes, I'd love the opportunity.
Let's see. Thank you again so much. So it is 2:38. Let's take a break until 2:50. So that's 12 minutes. Is that okay, Commissioner Roy?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so we are recessed until 2:50 p.m.
Okay. We had a minute to spare.
I know, I'm really proud of you guys.
Chairman, what's your prediction? Commissioner,
I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I'm hoping we get this done by 5. We got a lot to cover, obviously, so we'll see. Okay, it is 2:50. We're back in session. We are now in the commission discussion and vote section of the agenda. I realized I omitted when I went through the topics that were going to be in this section. I omitted the first one, which is a job description. Mr. Executive Director, if you could start us off with that, please.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You do have a job description before you for your consideration. As you know, where we create new positions here at the agency, it does require the approval of the commission where there's a vacancy to fill or an existing description. We do enjoy the ability to post and hopefully get folks into the applicant pool as soon as humanly possible. So this would be the creation of a new position. It would fall within the communications team. It is the title of multimedia content producer. Specifically, this role would strategize, develop, and execute multimedia campaigns and projects for both internal and external audiences. So the best way I can describe this to you is that we want to continue to bring any information that we were able to provide to the public and make it as accessible and digestible as possible, knowing that folks learn and absorb information differently. The ability to bring them multimedia content, including reducing regulations, guidance documents, FAQs, etc., in a way that is most accessible is certainly a desired goal of ours and our communications team. So this role would be critical for that and would really join an already dynamic team in delivering as much information as possible to folks where they are. So happy to take any questions you may have. Mr. Chairman, anticipating your question, yes, this is budgeted for this fiscal year.
And given, thank you. And given the job description, it sounds like this is not necessarily a lawyer that will fill this role.
It is not a required or minimum qualification for the role, but certainly we would entertain any additional attorneys and their skill sets that they may want to bring to the commission.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the Executive Director? Then, Mr. Executive Director, could you articulate the motion you're looking for from the Commission?
Sure. I guess a motion would be to approve the job description for the role of multimedia content producer as presented to the Commission.
Thank you very much. Could I have Commissioner Roy, would you make that motion, please?
So moved.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins, would you second that motion, please?
Second.
Thank you. Let the record show that Commissioner Roy made the motion to approve, seconded by Commissioner Stebbins. Commissioner Camargo, your vote?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Concepcion?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Roy?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Stebbins?
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Hoffman, aye. Let the record show the Commission approved the motion by a vote of 5 in favor. Commissioners Camargo, Concepcion, Roy, Stebbins, and Hoffman with none opposed. Thank you very much, Mr. Executive Director. Are there any other job descriptions or postings at this time you'd like to bring to the Commission?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Let's keep going then. Next topic, we have, as you're all aware, we have approved a commission policy several meetings ago for legislative and executive branch outreach. Last meeting in, I think it was November, we discussed and approved a policy statement with respect to a publicly funded social equity fund. There are 2 additional topics under the same policy that we decided upon that are on the table today. The first is with respect to OUI. Second is with respect to the technical fix required to enable social consumption. I want to thank both Commissioner Roy and our Director of Government Affairs, Matt Giancola, for their work on the first one, OUI. I think I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Roy, who's going to make some introductory comments, and then turn it over to Mr. Giancola. Please go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask before we started, I thought it might be helpful if our Director of Government Affairs can just reiterate what that policy is so the public understands what we're doing here.
Sure, no problem at all. Thank you for that. And Matt, are you comfortable doing that?
Absolutely.
So please go ahead.
As you may recall, and as members of the public may recall, back in August, the Commission approved a specific policy to endorse statements of commission policy for the benefit of policymakers, lawmakers in the State House and in local governments, essentially to share the sense of the commission. These decisions would be limited to only broad policies. We would not be engaging in specific pieces of legislation, and it would only be on policies that directly relate to the Commission's mandate and our statutory requirements.
Thank you, Matt. Is that helpful, Commissioner Concepcion? Do you have any other questions?
Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. So again, if it's okay, let me turn the table over to Commissioner Roy for introductory comments, and then she'll turn it back over to Matt. Please go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Commissioner Concepcion, for having Matt restate the policy. That's helpful for all of us. Thank you. Matt, I want to first thank Matt Giancola. He's Director of Government Affairs, for his time that he took with me, many meetings to make sure we were parked in a good place prior to today's meeting. And I just want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for putting it on the agenda per my requests, and for my fellow commissioners today to have this discussion. When Matt and I went over the slides, we thought it would be best protocol if Matt presented the slides, and then after that, I have some remarks. So Matt, take it away.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have two topics for legislative outreach on today's agenda, as the chairman noted. The first topic is on the operation of motor vehicles under the influence. Commissioner Roy is the sponsoring commissioner for this agenda item. Driving under the influence of alcohol, cannabis, and other drugs is unsafe and harms motorists and passengers everywhere. Elected officials, policymakers, and public safety officials are constantly working to ensure that residents are safe and that laws keep pace with societal trends. The legalization and regulation of marijuana has been a critical component to furthering important policies, social and economic equity to communities who previously faced disproportionate harm from the war on drugs, ensuring access to medical patients and consumers, and has been an important source of revenue for state and local governments. Those who use marijuana products, however, must use them safely and in compliance with the law. Next slide, please. There are a number of bills this legislative session that deal with OUI laws in cannabis. House 1924 is intended to streamline and simplify the myriad statutes that pertain to operating under the influence. H 4255 would implement various provisions aimed to detect alcohol and drug impairment and strengthen OUI enforcement. Senate 1612 would establish a standing commission on operating under the influence. Last month, commissioners in their personal capacities participated in the Joint Committee on the Judiciary hearing process and offered testimony on House 4255. Next slide, please. Other states have specific standards for cannabis impairment that motorists may not violate. Massachusetts does not have such a standard at this time. For example, 5 states have per se limits. That is, a motorist with a specific amount of THC in their blood is considered impaired by default. Colorado reasonably infers that anyone driving with more than 5 nanograms per milliliter of THC in their blood is impaired. And 12 states have zero tolerance for any amount of THC in a motorist's blood. It's important to stipulate that some research notes additional data is needed to accurately detect cannabis impairment. Currently, there are no validated devices available to measure THC impairment. THC can stay in an individual's body for days or weeks after use, even after the effects have worn off. Further, as we all know, enforcement has been disproportionately focused on communities harmed by the war on drugs, impoverished communities, and communities of color predominantly. Lawmakers across the nation are grappling with these complex issues right now. Next slide, please. In the first quarter of 2021, roadway fatalities were up 18.4% over the first quarter of 2020. Public safety officials are seeing a rise in speeding, unsafe driving, and driving under the influence. Next slide, please. Because OUI statutes do not necessarily consider cannabis impairment or impairment from other drugs, and because a well-regulated, licensed, and safe cannabis industry requires all residents and users of cannabis products to protect themselves and their fellow drivers and passengers on the road, sponsoring commissioners have recommended the following statement of commission policy. The commission supports legislation that aligns laws against the operation of motor vehicles while under the influence of alcohol with cannabis and other drugs. The commission further recognizes the need to protect civil rights and for advances in technologies to accurately assess cannabis impairment. Next slide, please. Should the commission adopt this statement, staff can be authorized to undertake a number of the outreach activities before you. All commissioners will have the option to participate and/or review materials prior to distribution. Thank you for listening, and I will now turn the floor back to Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh,
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy, please.
thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much, Matt, for that slide presentation. And I just want to share some remarks with my colleagues. Again, I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and my fellow commissioners for the opportunity today to discuss legislative and executive outreach as it relates to OUI. As my fellow colleague, Commissioner Concepcion, noted last public meeting, it was the first time this commission used its new process for commenting on and influencing legislation. Today, with 2 topics on the agenda, we take another bite at that apple. As members of the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission, we are mandated to implement a secure, thoughtfully regulated cannabis industry. And in doing so, we must always uphold 3 pillars of public health, public safety, and welfare. Although not a legislative body that can write, pass, and enact laws, as a regulatory body overseeing a $2 billion nascent industry, we can and must have meaningful discussion, consideration, and further outreach when necessary if we deem the public health, public safety, and/or welfare of our citizens is at stake. Today, I look forward to having an open, meaningful, and inclusive discussion with my colleagues around the complex and complicated public safety issue of OUI as it pertains to legislative and executive outreach. Massachusetts, as you know, was the first state east of the Mississippi to legalize and implement adult use marijuana. 5 years later, metaphorically speaking, we have fallen asleep at the wheel as it relates to OUI, updating our laws and further safeguarding our roadways. 15 other states, including Rhode Island, Delaware, and Illinois, have updated their statutes and penalties surrounding this public safety issue, and some before their first pre-roll is ever sold. Let us not hold the mantle of being the first to implement legal adult use marijuana and the dubious distinction of being last to update our laws to safeguard our roadways. If I may, I'd like to share with you some data points in peer review research from very well-respected agencies and highly regarded medical institutions that demonstrates the gravity and seriousness of this public safety issue. Let's start with Boston-based research. According to Boston Medical Center, published in October 2021 in the American Journal of Public Health, new research indicates that the percentage of car crashes in the United States involving cannabis have doubled, and the percentage of deaths involving both cannabis and alcohol have more than doubled. Researchers from Boston Medical Center, Boston University, and the University of Victoria found people who died in crashes involving cannabis had 50% greater odds of also having alcohol in their system. The results, they concluded, suggest that as states have loosened cannabis policies, cannabis and alcohol have increasingly been used together when driving. Quote, there has been progress in reducing deaths from alcohol-impaired driving, but our studies suggest that cannabis involvement might be undercutting these public health efforts, said Dr. Timothy Namey, MD, MPH, and adjunct professor at Boston University School of Medicine. Researchers analyzed 19 years of data from the Fatality Analysis Reporting System, a national database for fatal crashes on public roads. The percent of crash deaths involving cannabis more than doubled from 9% in 2000 to 21.5% in 2018. The study goes on to cite cannabis use is a risk factor for driving impairment and the second most common substances involved in fatal motor vehicle crashes after alcohol. The impairing effects of delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, in cannabis on driving skills includes lane weaving, delayed reaction time, decreased coordination, and distorted perception. Laboratory tests show that low-dose cannabis, less than 10% THC, used in combination with alcohol may increase impairment more than either substance alone, particularly for skills relevant to driving. Recent data released by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, also known as NHTSA, showed that traffic fatalities have reached a 15-year high in the first 6 months of 2021. More than 20,000 people have died in motor vehicle crashes so far this year. NHTSA attributes this alarming trend to an increase in risky behavior, including driving under the influence of drugs and alcohol. And indeed, NHTSA's recent review of 5 trauma centers, including one in Worcester, Massachusetts, found a significant increase in the prevalence of drugs detected in seriously and fatally injured drivers, with 56% testing positive for at least one impairing substance, up from 50.8 before the public health emergency, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. THC, marijuana's principal active ingredient, impairs coordination, judgment, and balance, the skills every operator needs to drive safely. Back home in Massachusetts, data from the Department of Transportation reports 58 drugged fatalities from 2015 to 2017, with a staggering threefold increase to 202 drugged driving fatalities from 2018 to 2021, with some investigations still pending. As we begin to address the overwhelming public safety concerns surrounding impaired driving, including polydrug use OUI on our roadways, and discuss a possible outreach plan to the legislative and executive branches, it is critically important during this discussion to take all facets of concern into consideration, including impartiality of any laws and civil protections. As my colleague, Commissioner Camargo, poignantly stated in her testimony to the Judiciary Committee last month, and I quote, "The public needs to be confident that reforms have considered the impact on our communities and are impartial. I sincerely hope that motor vehicle operation laws can be updated in a manner that protects the public and upholds civil rights for all of our residents. As a matter of policy, let me emphatically state there is no specific piece of legislation, no specific provision, no specific science or testing method that will be recommended or endorsed by this commission as it relates to impaired driving and OUI. If successfully voted on, the commission will respectfully begin outreach to the legislative and executive branches as it relates to the concept of prioritizing and updating the laws surrounding OUI on our roadways. I am extraordinarily confident in the ability of our legislature to make thorough and thoughtful decisions when they begin the process of effectuating and updating the laws regarding impaired driving in the Commonwealth. This public safety issue is too critical to ignore and will not just go away. In the solemn words of United States Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, and I quote, "Rising traffic deaths is a crisis and calls for cooperation among all levels of government, industry, and advocacy to change course." I respectfully thank the Commission for their time and consideration of this important matter.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Roy. So the objective here would be to take a vote on a statement of commission policy, and then the follow-up is articulated by Matt Giancola. Obviously, before I seek to get a motion and a vote on that, I would like to welcome my fellow commissioners, ask questions, make comments, either in follow-up to what Matt presented or what Commissioner Roy presented. Commissioner Stebbins, please go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, at the end of my comments, I'd like to go back to the statement that we're all considering as kind of our official policy objective. First of all, I want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Roy, for drawing our focus to this issue and the legislative activity around it. It's pretty clear that the issue is tied to the work that we do. And as we see the industry grow, you know, the question of impaired driving, especially as we heard some of the statistics, will be on everyone's mind. And even though actual law enforcement doesn't fall to us, I think we would be remiss not to take our concern or not to raise our concern about needed legislation. I think this message is as proposed is direct and on point, and we hope that all of the relevant committees will continue to work on this issue and reach out to us if we can be of any assistance. I wanted to take a moment to just look at the statement. The first sentence, the Commission supports legislation that aligns laws against the operation of motor vehicles while under the influence of alcohol with cannabis, or are we suggesting with or to include cannabis and other drugs?
Commissioner Roy?
That is actually an excellent point, Commissioner Stebbins. And Matt, what are your thoughts on that when we crafted the language? And that's a good point. We could do to include cannabis and other drugs.
Yeah, as drafted, this statement is focusing on the alignment of cannabis with alcohol in terms of the statutes that relate to operating under the influence.
Okay, that makes sense. My other question is, do we want to include the words and other drugs? Obviously, we're the Cannabis Control Commission. Obviously, there's much debate about impaired driving from other substances. Just raise that question and get my colleagues' thoughts about whether we include and other drugs.
Yeah, that's a great point. Commissioner Roy, do you have a comment on that or a thought on that?
Well, no one wants to see anyone drive impaired on any drug, whether it's prescription, over-the-counter, cannabis, poly use. So that topic is up for debate with my colleagues if they feel they're comfortable with leaving that in, or they feel that it could be fine without it.
Thanks. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have any other comments or questions before I ask for input from other commissioners?
No, I don't. I'm all done. Thank you. And thank you again, Commissioner Roy.
Thank you, Commissioner Stebbins. I appreciate your comments.
Commissioner Concepcion.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Roy. I know that whenever we're presenting an issue like this to our fellow commissioners, there's always, there's a lot that goes into this. So bravo to you for stepping forward and, in this conversation. I wanted to first make a few points before I kind of got into the language. First, I think it's really important that we make it clear to anyone watching, anyone who's listening, anyone who will listen, that today, now, it is against the law in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to operate under the influence of alcohol, cannabis, or any other intoxicating substance. I believe this is under Chapter 90. Let me just make
90.
Section 24. So I just want to make sure we're not, setting a message that this is currently a legal thing. The thing that is important, and I think that I will state is really important and everyone's best interest, that our OUI laws here in the Commonwealth are followed and enforced. The other comment that I wanted to make was, I also want to just point out that this isn't, and Commissioner Stebbins alluded to this earlier, OUI is not just a cannabis issue. Like I said, it's about alcohol, it's about other drugs as well. So I also don't want to attribute the total number of motor vehicle fatalities to cannabis use. So those are the comments I just want to say off the bat. In terms of the statement, the use of the words support and recognize. Supporting a legislation that aligns laws against operating a motor vehicle with under the influence of alcohol and cannabis and other use, and then recognizing the need to protect civil rights and for advances in technology. I think that it's sending two different messages. It's sending a support for one direction and just a recognition of another.
Right.
Also, so you can tell I have a few thoughts, but I want to make sure I'm getting it out there and that you kind of understand how I'm seeing this. We mentioned this earlier today about our jobs here as commissioners. A lot of us are celebrating a milestone. It's a lot to be here, and we have a huge responsibility here to regulate a safe and equitable industry. So it's really important that we advocate for policies that both enhance public safety without hurting the communities that we're serving. So with that being said, of course, science is vital. Of course, data collection is vital. And I wanted to also highlight a report that was released by the commission, by our research team, that stated that the detection of use rather than impairment could disproportionately harm minorities stopped by law enforcement at higher rates. It's important to recognize here that detecting cannabis impairment is not equivalent to detecting alcohol impairment. So the line where we're saying our legislation aligns the laws against the operation of motor vehicles while under the influence of alcohol with cannabis, I think there can be that might be misconstrued, without recognizing that there's a huge difference there. I think, Matt, early in the presentation, you made a comment about, a person can be impaired for, let's say a couple hours, but THC can continue to be detected within the body weeks after that time. So that's important. It also, this is, again, I'm going back to our report here at the commission. The effects of cannabis intoxication also can vary depending on the method of consumption. So that's rather if you're consuming an edible, if you're doing a vapor, if you're using flour, that changes. Also, a person's tolerance plays an important factor. So, if you're a heavy marijuana consumer or a newer marijuana consumer, that also plays a role. Now, in terms of data collection, which is also very critical, we have recognized here at the commission that drug policies have historically harmed minority communities. We talk about this a lot. We brought it up early on today about what we're doing around the study for disproportionately impacted areas. So we need to be really, really, really mindful of any unintended consequences that can happen. As I mentioned, particularly for those communities that have been disproportionately impacted and harmed by the war on drugs. Again, these are two quotes that I thought were really, really good by our research team that I want to make sure is heard today. It says, efforts to prevent driving after cannabis use should not result in disproportionate rates of arrest and citations for those disproportionately impacted, particularly Black and Hispanic Latino communities. Data and monitoring will be essential for accountability. Also, rates of stops, arrests, citations, and prosecutions for suspected cannabis-related incidents should be comprehensively tracked and monitored by race and ethnicity in the state and all municipality law enforcement agencies. So I looked at this language. I appreciate everything that we were given in our meeting packet, and I wanted to offer sort of an alternative. I don't know if I can. Commissioner Roy, it's up to you if you want me to hold this off until you hear from everyone, or if you kind of want to hear what I've come up with.
No, continue.
If I would suggest, I'm sorry, could I suggest, let's give Commissioner Camargo just a chance to weigh in, and then we'll come back to that, if that's okay. I think that evaluating what you have to propose, Commissioner Concepcion, I think should be in the context of hearing from everybody.
Okay.
So if you wouldn't mind, that's okay. Commissioner Camargo, if you have comments, please make them.
Sure. Commissioner Roy, thank you so much for bringing this topic up. I know it is a lot of work. We decided to put this legislative process in play, and it allows us to bring up, just topics that are important. So thank you. I know you've worked really hard on this. I have some concerns, though. As commissioners here at the CCC, who pride ourselves in equity and encourage enabling full participation in this industry by people from communities that have been disproportionately harmed by prohibition and enforcement, us not acknowledging, and I know we have a little bit, but not acknowledging the racial disparities as it relates to civil rights that we all know historically have disenfranchised many people, but particularly Black, Latino, and poor people of all races. Those that have been racially profiled, pulled over while Black, pulled over due to unconscious bias. And we know all this has historically plagued our communities for generations, right? So it's not just something that's happened overnight. I'm also concerned about our medical patients. Sean described today a little bit about how many registered patients we have. We have over, I think, 99,000 active patients. I think about people with different abilities, For me right now, how this motion sits, a simple sentence around civil rights is not enough. And we as commissioners are sending a message in the process if we approve this and when we approve this, right, to our legislators. So it's very important that we don't miss out on this. So that's one thing. I have a couple of few points and we can kind of get into discussion a little bit, but how do we address the current flaws in the methodology and the lack of technology in OUI assessments? Within our own research report, page 103, the last paragraph reads, in 2013, an analysis studied quality using a tool called QUADS to evaluate the three fundamentals of, or foundational of the DRE studies above, and found evidence of bias and methodology concerns, right? And I know we haven't talked about that yet, but we may have to. If you get sort of down to the paragraph, the review highlights the need for more additional rigorous research related to the experts who are out there doing this work. So those are a few comments, and I'll give you some time to like either react or conversation, but I definitely also have some language that can be helpful to the final motion.
Okay. Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I want to thank Commissioner Concepcion and Commissioner Camargo for their thoughts and their suggestions, and I'm looking forward to hearing both of the language, and I welcome it. The language that this is an inclusive process, this is a meaningful discussion and an open discussion, and we all want to see laws enforced fairly and equitably. As far as getting into the science, Commissioner Camargo, DREs are a big part of one of the legislative bills, and as regulators, we are not legislators, and we don't want to recommend particular sections of a bill. So as I had said in my statement, we are not here to specifically endorse a specific piece of legislation, a specific science. So that is for the legislature, and they are very thorough and they are very thoughtful to determine where the science is at and to have a robust conversation, as you said, Commissioner Camargo, in your testimony with ACLU and social justice groups, and I'm confident they will have those conversations. Today is about bringing a concept to please look at the issue of OUI on our roads. And as far as medical, as Commissioner Concepcion had said, it is currently illegal now to drive, under the influence. So that shouldn't affect medical patients. And I have talked to and listened to many around this issue. And we want to take all of those concerns into account. So I welcome your language suggestions.
Yeah, and if I can just, Commissioner Roy, Chairman, may I have the floor?
Sure.
Yeah. So I'm not speaking, and thank you, Commissioner Roy, you're absolutely right in that sense, but I'm not speaking to the law. I'm speaking to the availability of validated mechanisms for this process. So we have, I don't know how many, 500, 900 pages that was put in our board package to review and look at this. From a lot of the reports, and we can go through it, the science is not there yet. Right. So if the science is not there yet, and there's gaps, and there's a couple of flaws in the mechanisms and the availability for those mechanisms, we just have to be very careful what message we're sending to the State House.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we are not legislators, we are regulators, and there are many options out there, not just what is in the bills before the legislature, but I was reading articles about video cameras, and there's technologies on the horizon. That doesn't mean we abandon the discussion or don't bring it to bring awareness around it. And it's up to the legislature, not the regulators, to look at all of these options and decide what is best for public safety and to protect civil protections in the Commonwealth.
Okay. So I'm pretty cognizant of the fact that, we're at 3:24 p.m. This is an incredibly important, this is an incredibly complex problem. We can't afford to let this be the rest of the agenda and not get to the other items. So I'd like to suggest that Commissioner Concepcion, if you're comfortable, present your alternative language. Same with you, Commissioner Camargo, if you've got alternative language to promote. If it looks like we can get to closure on some variation of the language suggestions by Commissioners Roy, Camargo, and Concepcion, that's great. If there's work to be done, and that's my hypothesis, my guess, but we'll see. There's work to be done. I don't know that we can spend the rest of the day that we have doing real-time online editing. I just don't. I don't think that's going to be productive, and I think it'll crowd out everything else on the agenda that we have to get to today. So let's if I could I ask Commissioner Concepcion first, and then Commissioner Camargo to put their language on the table, and then let's see where we are and make a collective decision about how to proceed.
Sure.
Go ahead, Commissioner Camargo.
Just Chairman, I'm curious, and to taking a pause here, I hear you, and I understand what you're saying in terms of not taking the rest of the sort of the agenda. This is a very important topic that Commissioner Roy has brought to the plate. Let me finish.
Mm-hmm.
I know. So I just want to be mindful because I feel like we always get rushed. Wait.
Okay, go ahead.
I also want to make sure, Commissioner Roy, I know you've worked really hard on this, and I know it's important. And it's important for you. It's important for public safety officials. It's also important to our communities when it comes to equity. This is really key here, right? This is why we started this process. So I have two suggestions, and I know that we can't get into wordsmithing too much. Chairman, we haven't heard from you in terms of your comments. If you have any in terms of how this relates to, where you're at, but also I don't know how we, while we're wordsmithing, if we can see it visually, and or when we get there, do we put it out so that we can see it as a final? So that's all I'm going to say. So, Chairman.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Respectfully, I'm actually trying to do the opposite of rushing us. I'm actually saying that if we tried to get this done today, we are going to rush it, and we are going to crowd out everything else on the agenda. So I'm going to see where we are. But if it looks like we have a long ways to go, I'm going to suggest that we get back into it in February. But we're not there yet. So, but I'm trying very hard, Commissioner Camargo, to do exactly the opposite of rushing, because I understand the importance of this. That being said, I'm conceptually on board with asking the legislature to do something about this. This is an incredibly important issue. It is a gigantic public safety issue. I don't have the answers, nor do I think it's my role to have the answers about how to do it, what the science should be. That's not my job, nor is it my expertise. But I absolutely want to go on record, and I'm speaking personally, I have one vote here, so my one vote is I want to go on record as saying to the legislature, do something about this. And I want to go on record as saying, here are our concerns, not what you should do or how you should do, but here are our concerns, and our concerns are about equity and even enforcement and tracking to make sure there's no either intentional or unintentional bias in terms of the way whatever the legislature comes up with, the way it's implemented. So I'm more than happy to say, do something about this, please, to the legislature. Here are our concerns about what the outcome is, but we're not going to say how to do it. We're not going to take a stance on science. We're not going to take a stance on anything other than you need to do something about this, in our opinion. And here are our big concerns that we respectfully request that you address while you're doing something about it. If we go that far and no farther, A, I support it, and B, I'll go even further and say I think it's absolutely mandatory for us to take a stance like that. So, again, I'd like to ask Commissioner Concepcion, she raised her hand first on this, and then Commissioner Camargo. If you have proposals for alternative language, I think it'd be good to put them on the table at this point in time. So Commissioner Concepcion, are you willing to do that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's what we're here for. It's the discussion. Let's figure out, what we're doing. And
please go ahead.
I also want to reiterate, it is so important. I feel like we're all kind of hammering the same thing. It is in everyone's best interest that OUI, laws are not only followed, but enforced. I mean, we're in an industry that's really complicated and complex, but there are some things that's just across the board. So again, I want to commend you, Commissioner Roy, for bringing this because it is an important public safety issue. And it's something that should be obvious. Again, but it's not a singular. It's not about just cannabis. It's about other things as well. With that being said, I will read what I literally took your statement and there's a few things that I changed. I'll throw it out there and then we can kind of go through it. So the commission supports legislation that strengthens laws against the operation of motor vehicles while under the influence of alcohol, cannabis, and other drugs. The commission further supports legislation that protects civil rights and advances science-based technology needed to accurately assess cannabis impairment.
Yeah. Thank you. Commissioner Camargo, did I understand that you also had some proposed language that you wanted to share?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I don't know if
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I thought you were done. I apologize if I cut you off, Commissioner.
I just had a suggestion. Maybe we can talk about them as they're coming in because I feel like it might get a little bit.
That's fine. That's fine. I thought, it might benefit from, having all of them on the table so we could think through them. But I'm more than happy to go with your proposal. So I will start. I think what you just articulated, I support that with no changes. So that's just my opinion. But go ahead, Commissioner Roy.
I would support that also with no changes. It'd be helpful if Matt could type it out and we could all look at it.
Sure.
Chairman, may I have the floor?
Commissioner Camargo, please.
Yeah, because you skipped me.
I actually didn't skip you. I was following Commissioner Concepcion's request that we discuss each of them as they came along. So please go ahead.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification. So one is, Commissioner Roy, you did ask, here's an operational question here for all the visual learners out there. Matt, are you allowed to wordsmith in real time for us to see it?
Yeah, again, Commissioner Concepcion just asked Matt to do that. I believe Matt is doing that as we speak. So. Okay.
Well, we didn't get an answer. How about that? So here's my we got to be clear here. That's why I always say we can't rush. So I think Commissioner Concepcion, you mentioned, I think you said instead of supports, strengthen, right? I think something like that. So I had something, the commission, and I'll add strengthen, I like that. Strengthen legislation that aligns with racial justice as it pertains to civil rights and the commission's equity mandate to safeguard disproportionately impacted communities, to include data collection specifically around gender and race. And I know that could be a question, but I'm just putting it out there in terms of some language.
Are you suggesting amending Commissioner Concepcion's proposed language?
Yeah, it's like she said, sort of like adding while we go, but that's some of my suggested language. So really around racial justice as it pertains to our civil rights and the commission's equity mandate, right? The equity mandate is part of one of our 3 or 4 pillars, right? Commissioner Roy, you said that earlier. So I would add some of that language out there.
Commissioner Stebbins, can you just weigh in on where we are right now, please?
Sure. No, I'm happy to. I appreciate what Commissioner Camargo just offered and wonder if maybe that would be a kind of standalone sentence in what Commissioner Concepcion has offered to reflect on Commissioner Concepcion's changes. The only tweak I would make is that the commission further recognizes that need in the second sentence and allow for advances in science-based technology. Just adding, including the word allow advances.
Well, we're not modifying this one. I think what we were trying to do is work off of the proposal that Commissioner Concepcion came up with. Matt, have you been able to do something? Could you throw that up on the screen, or Grace, if you could throw that up on the screen? I'm sorry, or I guess it's Haley that's doing that. So if Haley and Matt can conspire to get Commissioner Concepcion's proposed language up on the screen, that'd be great. Okay, is that it, Matt? Is that, did he capture that accurately, Commissioner Concepcion?
I'm just reading it through just to make sure.
Okay, sure.
Yes.
Okay, and then based upon that, Commissioner Camargo, would you offer how would you modify this with your suggested language that you just covered?
If you give me 30 seconds to read.
Sure, absolutely.
And I invite everybody to read it. So my suggestion was to add some language as it pertains to racial justice. I think sometimes we like to throw around the civil rights verbiage, but we're also really here talking about racial justice. The other piece that I had as some language that we can play with is around the commission's equity mandate. And I think Commissioner Stebbins, you talked about maybe creating an extra sentence. So Matt, I don't know if you can start adding a new sentence just to kind of look at it, but again, around our commission's equity mandate and to safeguard disproportionately impacted communities to include collections specifically to gender and race. The other piece that I would just add, and I think technology needed to accurately assess cannabis impairment. I think if people feel like that covers the science, in terms of having the measurement tools, or we're okay with that science data, I think it's, I'm sorry, with that science point, I think it's also important. I'm just reading. Yes, Matt. What I said was Commissioner Stebbins had suggested sort of starting a new sentence possibly so that we can look at the language around the racial justice as it pertains to civil rights and the commission's equity mandate to safeguard disproportionately impacted communities to include data collection specific to gender and race. Again, we're here to kind of wordsmith, take in, put in, put out, but I'm putting that out there. Commissioner Stebbins, do you have some, Chairman, if I may ask Commissioner Stebbins?
Sure.
Commissioner Stebbins, you had mentioned some thoughts around the third sentence, I guess, that I'm trying to put together.
Yeah, from what you just suggested or the language you just used, I'm wondering if that could not be a standalone second sentence.
I'm going to try one more time, guys, and I apologize, and I understand I'm not going to make myself popular with my fellow commissioners. Wordsmithing in real time in a public meeting is a pretty inefficient way of doing it. Without it all backing off from my belief that this is an incredibly important topic, there is another way that we can do this, which is we can do this through Matt offline and bring back a statement that reflects all of the input that is being made to our next public meeting, which I, have gotten grief from various people, but our next public meeting is 3 weeks from now. It's not 4 or 5 weeks from now, it's 3 weeks from now. I know this is incredibly important. I also know that we have a bunch of other things that are incredibly important on the agenda today. And I have been through this enough to know that wordsmithing in real time by the commission is just inefficient. So my request, and I really understand that people might push back on this, my request is we do the wordsmithing through Matt offline and bring it back in February. And I think we'll have a very, hold on a sec, we'll have a very efficient process. Notwithstanding, I know this is an important topic. Commissioner Roy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you so much, Commissioner Camargo. It's a broad topic, and it's such an important one. And I'm wondering if we just look at Commissioner Concepcion's statement and after civil rights, comma, racial justice and advances science-based technology needed to accurately assess cannabis impairment.
Commissioner Roy, thank you. Chairman, may I?
Sure, please go ahead.
Matt, can you put that together so we can see it visibly?
Just comma, racial justice after civil rights. Thank you, Matt. How does that read?
Okay. If we're ready to take a vote on this, that's great. Otherwise, I'm going to insist we move on because we have other things we have got to get done today. Just to give people a flavor, the executive orders with respect to telehealth for the initial consultation expires this month. If we don't discuss it and take action on it, it expires this month. The same with curbside delivery. So while I know this is an incredibly important topic, we have other incredibly important topics we have to get to today. So if we're close, I'm more than happy to continue this conversation and try to get to closure. If we're not close, we need to move on. So how do people feel about this current language? Commissioner Camargo, please go ahead.
Yeah, Chairman, I hear you. I hear you and I respect that.